whistle sound is honored when winter's way down on us. Light, roughly applied. Okay. Ohio. Hey everyone. What's this about Ohio? Hey. A true Rizzler's last thoughts should be of Ohio. Okay, let's put the video game on the screen. Good morning and welcome to the stream today, everyone. Hello. Hello. Hi. Okay, video game. That's not right. That is not correct. Let's try that again. There we go. Good. Good. I stopped singing. Well, that part is really high. There's a part in the song that's really bad. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to sing. It's like, I remember when I was doing the fight and I was trying to sing it while I was doing the fight. It was so annoying for stream because obviously you have to pull the boss like 10,000 times. And hearing me on every pull be like, and I just couldn't stop. I couldn't stop doing it. Yeah, happy jet lag day, right? So, the curse of the sun has returned to the lands, and not only did I lose an hour of sleep, but there's also going to be more sunlight. So it's pretty bad situation overall. But, you know, what are you going to do about it? Yeah. Yeah, so today I decided to hop into Final Fantasy XIV for a bit. We have actually things to talk about this week. There is actually happenings and stuff going on this week, namely the live letter that's coming on Friday. I have thought about this long and hard. And I think that I will probably stream it live. I think I'm just gonna do it. I think I'm going to get some coffee and get some energy drinks and get some Mountain Dew, and I'm gonna blast and stream it live. I think I might do that on Friday. Yeah, I have thought about this, and I think this is the right call. So, yeah. That's what I think I'm gonna do. We might need some EU mods to have their eyes on the chat for that day. EU people that will be a normal time for. That might be a good idea, because I don't want to make NA mods get up at 5 a.m. That's crazy. Can't wait for Occult Crescent release to make everyone forget about Dawntrail's problems and love the game again. Oh god, I hope so. Like, unironically, I really hope that happens too. That would be amazing. Please give me something to do that will, like, be fun and good and like a thing that I can do often. My worry, I have one big fear about Occult Crescent. My worry is that it's going to be fate farming. I hope that it's not just fate farming, but we will see. There is a special site update, so let me get to a spot. I'm going to go take a seat. This is actually Little Ladies' Day going on, and I don't think I've checked what the rewards are, so I'll check that too in a minute. Got lots of things to look at this morning. Where would I want to go? I think Charlene is best. I still do. I think Charlene is still the best spot. They should release the field exploration stuff in 0.1. Oh my god, you're so right. You're so correct about that. It really should have been in 0.1 and not like back-to-back hardcore content that like requires a static word. Cause I don't do none of that. Zep, do tribe quests for XP. I'll get around to it eventually. I'm not in any rush. I don't feel like I need to level every class right now. I just don't. I'm kind of busy now. I no longer only play Final Fantasy 14. And because of that, I actually have to limit my time in the game. And so I'm here for the major patch stuff, major news. But, yeah, I can't just like, I don't know, sit in the game all day every day. I stopped doing that in Dawntrail. Maybe that'll change in the future. But today, we actually do have a lot to talk about. So that's the reason that I decided that we would start in Final Fantasy category, be in Final Fantasy, catch up on everything, because we do have that live letter coming on Friday that I really would like to stream it live. I really would like to stream it live. Because I think that's when, well, it's been a while since I streamed a live letter live, to be honest with you. It's probably been, God, over 6 months maybe? And this is going to be a big one. Like, this is one that I have a lot of hope on. I have a lot of hopium on it. Okay, let's get the
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
chat Firefox on the screen.
Zepla Buntworth.
Hey, Minion, thank you for the 6-month resub. I appreciate that. Thanks. Thank you. Low key, when I work from home, I open FF and just sit online AFK. Answer the occasional in question. Nowadays, I find myself doing that in World of Warcraft. I've kind of been doing that in WoW. Except in World of Warcraft, I'll just go camp, like, where there's a rare spawn that could appear. And then my add-on will go off if the rare spawn is there so that I could get mounts that way. Yeah, finally started 7.1 MSQ last night. That's good. You probably want to finish that before the patch because 7.2 is really soon. Do we have a release date for 7.2? Let's check. Let's take a look at the special site. For me, Dawntrail's been a difficult era, absolutely. But I will always have a special place in my heart for Final Fantasy 14. I'm always going to be checking on it and hoping that it goes in a good direction that I'll enjoy in the future. But I kind of, so far, I've had to limit my involvement just for my own sake so that I can preserve that passion and love that I have for the game. That's been pretty important to me. Okay. Speaking of, an exciting patch is in the works. So this is the patch art for 7.2. We can see not Sphene, whoever that was. I'm sure that it's going to be revealed in this patch. Of course, there will be more Wuklamot. There will be... I can't really tell who this is. I can't really tell from that. It's cut off. And, is this that sick kid who had the lightning sickness? I think so. I think it is. Now, is this actually the OG Sphene? I don't know. I'm really interested in 7.2, not for story. I'm interested in it because of Occult Crescent. But I don't think that they've announced yet whether it will be like in the patch, or is it going to be 2 months after the patch? I don't think they've announced yet when this is going to be. Okay, late March 2025. So there's no exact release date yet. But for whom were the seeds of forgotten wisdom sown? What does that mean? I bet it's some Ashian stuff. Who wants to bet that they're gonna bring back Ashian stuff for this patch? I don't even know what I'll do if that happens. I'll make a video probably. Okay, we have cryptic screenshots. Where are they? Bean. All I want is her dress, to be honest with you. Just give me her dress. Or some glamour that's like similar in style to her dress. I think it's a very cool aesthetic. I wish we got more stuff like that. It's a mix of fantasy and like cyberpunk elements. I think that would have been really neat. New dungeon is coming out. The Underkeep. What? Isn't that a delve? The Bunderkeep. I think this is from a previous Final Fantasy game. It's one that I think it's FF9, which I did not play, but I'm pretty sure it's FF9 stuff. I saw somebody on Reddit post a side-by-side of this screenshot and FF9, and it was like exactly the same. So I assume that my assumption right now is we're gonna get something kind of like what happened with FF4 and Endwalker patches. Hey! Hold on a second. I have, oh my god, did I forget to take allergy pill today? Oh, I did. Magmazarok, thank you for the 5-month resub. I appreciate that. It's actually Alondra gifted you sub, but it doesn't tell me that on the interface. That's weird. It doesn't tell me that. But you told me that. So thanks to Alondra and you. APOC, thank you for the 18-month resub. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's stuff to talk about in Final Fantasy today, because it is live letter week. Live letter on Friday. Yeah, wow, brain rot. I'm like, Underkeep up in there. Don't stand on them. Did you nab the video or picture they posted before it got took down? What? No, what got took down? What are you talking about? I hope they'll have some things available as part of doing the event. I'd hate for them to just sell the event entirely as a cash shop item. Which event? Generic Gamer says this is the start of 9. Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean it's a cash shop item? Thought of Undermine too. Ooh, yes. Recollection. Trial. Reminds me of that boss in Ivalice. That Ivalice raid boss, remember? She was so cool. It's the one where you pick up the shield and you remember that? She's awesome. A terrible new threat bars the Warrior of Light's path. Blade at the ready. But for whom do they wield it? And to what horrible end? That's the question. That's the question. Man, she's so cool. Zepla, getting close to the Mechanome. I think that we reached it last week. And I need to update it. Yeah. New to 7.2. So of course MSQ, which, you know, it will be there. The raid dungeon. Arcadian Cruiserweight Raid Dungeon. Arcadian Cruiserweight Division. You mean tier? It's a new raid tier. Cosmic Exploration. Oh. Crescent Isle. But when is Occult Crescent? Is that... I guess we'll probably find that out on the live letter on Friday. Yes. They wield it for Tataru. This is where she steps out of the shadows. I would so be here for that. I'm not saying that would redeem Dawntrail story, but it would do a lot. It would go like pretty far in that direction, yeah. Yeah. Ladies' Day. Oh. Oh, okay. But I haven't checked to see what is there for Ladies' Day yet. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll find out. Can I do Occult Crescent with the patch? Or will I need to wait 2 months more after the patch to do that? Screenshots. I think we've seen all this. I just hope that for the dungeon, I hope that this will be something I can enjoy even if I did not play FF9. That's my dream. Wow, look at this bunny. Look at this epic screenshot. It's almost like a photo bomb. This ninja in the back just fucking doing assassination. That was cool. Okay. So, the little Ladies' Day I wanted to check on really quick. I have really bad allergies. I need to get up and take the allergy pill immediately. Okay, here is little Ladies' Day info that I haven't looked at yet. What time is the live letter Friday? 5 a.m. CST. 5 a.m. CST. I would really like to stream it live, if at all possible. Really, really would like to do that. But I will keep you updated as we get closer to the day. If this is going to actually be possible. But that would be great. Okay. Heartfelt melodies sung unto the sky from March 3rd until March 17th. So this is ongoing. It's going to be ongoing for the next 7 days. The reward. Oh yeah, we looked at this last week. I remember now. I actually looked at this already. Yeah, I remember saying that I thought that the outfit looked a little bit like something we might have got if we had a Garlemald expansion, but we didn't. It's kind of like this band, but it's got the headset too for like stage performing, which is on brand for Little Ladies' Day. How is the quest? People that have done it already. Should I do it? I would like to get the boots. I don't really care about the rest of the outfit, but the boots look really good. And it's 2 dye channels, so how is the story? 3 a.m. CST. No, sorry. PST. You're right. You're right. Yeah, it's at 3 a.m. PST, which would be 5 a.m. for me, which would be pretty bad. But I don't know. I'm considering it. I've done it before because the live letter part 2, which this one is going to be, is
hope you're doing well.
Hey, live letter part 2 will start with a trailer for the patch, which I definitely would like to see as soon as possible. One sec. I noticed Okay. There's a new bubble emote on the store for blowing bubbles. It's $7 for blowing bubbles. Yeah. $7 blowing bubble emote. I mean, it's cute, but I'm not gonna spend $7 on that personally. Okay. Let me check. Live letter. Oh yeah, this is what I was looking for. We have some reacts on deck today that are going to take me a good bit of time to go through. So that's a big reason why I didn't want to be in a different category for that. Because it's going to take me a really long time before we swap. 3 a.m. PDT. Yes, this is a part 2. So part 1 happened and there's usually not much to say in it. We just seen sneak peeks of Occult Crescent. We've seen that they're gonna have like, I felt really good after part 1, not gonna lie. Like, it made me feel really hopeful for the future, at least in terms of the content. Like, cosmic exploration seems like it's gonna be a fun thing, and the Occult Crescent looks awesome. I really liked it. It reminded me a lot of Eureka in the ways that I loved Eureka. So I hope we can get some of that. But big concerns that I have right now, is it going to be fate farming until the cows come home? And is it going to be like, are they going to go from no grind to like brutal grind? Because I feel like they're not good at finding a middle ground most of the time. Usually it's all or nothing. It's either like they ask you to do almost nothing or they ask you to just like no life the game. And so I really hope that they can find a middle ground with Occult Crescent. Yeah, that would be really good. Yeah. You want a bit of a grind? Well, we'll see. We will see how it feels to do. If it is going to be a bit of a grind, I'd like it to be at least enjoyable to do it, you know? I don't want to be suffering. But I mean, that's, the proof will be in the pudding way as far as that is concerned. Okay, so Rex on deck this morning. Let me go into my React Content Suggestions channel, which is where you can post links to videos that you might want me to watch. It's not a guarantee that I'll watch, but I might. So this is where usually I find out about things to check out on a stream. Okay. This is the React. This is the video that a lot of y'all have told me to watch by our dear friend Lucy Pyre. It is called The Tragic and Totally Preventable Decline of FFXIV, and I have been informed by Buns that I got a shout out in this video, and I can see that my video was actually linked in the pinned comment as well. So this is something that obviously I'm interested in, and I want to take a look at. Okay. This is a 40-minute video, so buckle in. We are going to be here for a little while. Okay, let me know if the audio sounds okay.
Hold on, you sick.
Bun boy. Is the audio levels all right for y'all? There's an echo. Okay, that's why we do this first. Okay, there we go.
Hold on.
How about that? I fixed the echo. Is the volume fine? Okay. Alrighty, let's dive in to this video.
Hold on, you
Bunny
sick
boy.
freak. Did you click on this video expecting to see criticism of God's most perfect game, Final Fantasy XIV? How dare you even imply it has problems that could use fixing? 14 has the best gameplay, the best job design, the greatest community, by the way, that your eyes have ever seen. And because my sense of self is inextricably tied to this game, I consider any criticism about it a criticism of me. So I'm going to be very upset if you have something negative to say, mister. Or at least, that's how it used to be. Back in the day, you couldn't say anything about Final Fantasy XIV without the game dev riding army breathing down your neck. But these days,
they're still there. Oh no, those people didn't go away. They're very much still around. It's just that different people with different opinions have started to go out the door.
I see videos criticizing 14 everywhere I look. They're practically the only 14 videos coming out these days. And by making this one, I feel like I'm jumping on a bandwagon of sorts. Please, look at my credentials. I swear I'm not a trend Andy. I have a long and fleshed out history of lovingly shitting on this game. That is, until one day, I stopped. I quit making videos about 14. I didn't talk about it on stream anymore. If somebody asked me when I'd play it, I'd laugh nervously while chat spammed clueless. I developed a script of sorts. Whenever people would ask me why I stopped playing, I told them that I burnt out. I told them that turning it into my job made playing it feel like work and that I just needed some time apart. But after literal years have passed, I realized that I was wrong. It's not that I was burnt out on 14. It's not that making videos about it ruined my passion for it. Those videos were made because I had passion in the first place. It turns out I lied. I didn't stop because I made it my job. I stopped because 14 has done nothing worth being passionate for.
Dude. Man. That actually hit me really hard. Like, sometimes I think that, like, I said it all the time. I'll be like, oh, well, you know, I've already been through the stages of grief with FF14, and like, I moved on, and it's fine. Like, whatever. I can talk about it objectively now. But, goddamn. I cared about this game so much. I really, really did. Man, and it showed. That's like, look at my fucking channel. Look at my YouTube channel. All of my videos, like for 8 years, I made countless videos where all, like, you could almost say that my signature style was this enthusiasm, just joy that I had about the game. Just absolutely boundless joy and excitement to play. And, this is so relatable. We're not even 2 minutes into this video, and this has already hit me like a truck. Because I too remember, you know, you come up with a script when people ask you, why aren't you playing? I went through that era where people are asking, why aren't you playing FF? And I think I also came up with a little script that's like, oh, well, you know, I just a little burnt out, and I just raided too much, and I just needed time away. But I got burnt out of raiding before in Stormblood, and it didn't stop me from playing. It didn't stop me from, like, making content. I was still, like, just things are different now. I feel, in a lot of ways, I feel just devastated that I feel like the game won't ever be what it was for me before. And at the same time, like, not to make this really needlessly personal, but at the same time that I felt like that shift happened, I also lost everything in my real life too. And the last few years have been really, really hard because I no longer felt like I even had the same FF14. Okay, let me shut up. That just... It's been heartbreaking. It has been heartbreaking to feel like I had to move on. And I didn't want to. But ultimately, like, what did I say when I even started the stream today? I'm like, well, you know, there's always going to be a soft spot in my heart for Final Fantasy XIV. I'm always going to be rooting for its success. And I'm looking forward to the live letter on Friday. And I'll always be a cheerleader for this game. I'll always hope for a better future. While at the same time, I'm like, I've kind of had to reorganize my life as a content creator. And a player with the assumption that things won't change.
So, let's talk about that. And our conversation is gonna take a hot second, which means that at some point
that just hit me really
have an
hard.
opinion you disagree with. Feel free to run to the comments and write essays about how wrong I am because my autism enables me to enjoy reading unhinged manifestos about Final Fantasy XIV. Just keep in mind that despite popular opinion, I don't want the game to die. I want to see it rise out of this slump and go back to being the joy to play that it once was. Other than that, there will be very minor and vague spoilers for the story, so if you're a huge stickler for that,
so I'm
you might wanna
saying
head out or don't. I like when people cry about spoilers they were already warned about. It gets me all hot and bothered. Oh yeah? You didn't know that they fight dragons in Heavensward? Keep going, I'm almost there. Anyway, no more preamble, roll the damn clip. If I'm gonna talk about the problems with this game, I have to start with the game direction. 14 is not a difficult game and never really has been, which means I'm saying a lot when I tell you that the game has been gradually dumbing down, simplifying, and streamlining gameplay so that the player virtually never experiences failure. Let me put this in Joseph Anderson terms. If Elden Ring had a problem with making things too difficult to keep their reputation of try-hard gameplay alive, then 14 has the opposite problem. 14 wants to make things piss easy so that even a paraplegic chicken with Alzheimer's can keep up. Trust me, I've broken into Square Enix headquarters and I've seen the chicken. It's crazy shit.
I think it's an important point that what I feel like they're trying to avoid is having the player experience failure. I really feel like you hit the nail on the head with that take, because it's like, do they not trust that the player can experience failure and learn from that? Are they just terrified that the player will feel like they had a bad time and there's no way forward from that? Like, why are you so afraid of putting obstacles in the player's path? This is something that Yoshi P even kind of addressed a little bit before Dawntrail, and whenever he said that they had been listening too much to people complaining, and he said they need to introduce more stress into the game. Do you remember him saying those things? And mostly he was talking about the battle content. But like, they never want you to hit a roadblock or feel bad, or like any kind of failure of any kind. And anyway.
This stretches into every part of the base game, including dungeons, raids, hell. Even old content isn't safe. They've been sent to Yoshi P's veterinarian practice to be declawed, defanged, and of course, utterly fucking neutered. Let me give you an example. One fateful day while playing 14, I got cued into Titan Normal. A very nostalgic primal, great music, overused chicken nugget memes, but I can forgive him for the sins of Larry Zor. Now imagine my surprise when the new player fell off the edge, and 3 seconds later, I was able to res them. Right! I forgot having unique mechanics in fights might be too difficult for new players. So glad that's gone. And then I got the Airy as my dungeon. And in the fight against Nidhogg, I realized there's no Morristinian there. I guess the devs thought casting Cure once or twice on him was too hard for the healers to handle.
I didn't know that. They got rid of Estinian in the air.
Never mind how that mechanics with the lore or emotional impact. Just get rid of any failure point. It's too risky. What's really ironic...
Wasn't it so that they could program it for the AI to be able to run the dungeon? Like, this is a common theory that, oh, well, the reason why they've got rid of all these unique mechanics that could lead to a fail is because they need the AI to be able to successfully do it every time. But then again, okay, well, if you need to make a version of the dungeon that the AI can easily complete, that's the follower dungeon. That's the trust dungeon. So then doesn't that mean that you could have the normal mechanics in the version that players do with each other? So then the player even has an option between, oh, well, I don't really want any failure, so I'll go with the AI. It's going to take longer. Or I want to experience some unique things, and I'll choose to go with players. Because other players, I assume, would be able to be doing more than AI bots. But bots are more capable than the trust AI and have been for decades. That's no excuse. Yeah, that's also it's kind of a shit excuse as well. It's assuming that they can't program the AI to handle it. I mean, yeah. Okay. I don't know.
And funny about this is that they've tried to backtrack recently. Don't get too excited though, it's the bare minimum. They made the new level 90 to 100 dungeons a bit harder than they were before. Stress on a bit, not hard enough that you can't figure it out in the first run and then never have to think about it again, but still, that's progress, right? Well, in my opinion, it's too little and way too late. Now the case for why is hard to crack, but after decades of research, I think I know the answer. After snorting my 10% off with code Lucy Gamersubs powder, I astral projected myself straight to Japan to play 5D chess against Yoshi P himself. My 1 million IQ mind translating his Japanese to perfect English before the words even left his mouth. And after 10 hours of pure strategy, I placed him in checkmate and was bestowed with the information, the secret agenda of it was for money. It really is that simple. If game easy, more people play games. If more gamers play, then more is money. Shareholder,
Oh my god.
happy. Yay. It feels like these game
Oh
devs
my
are
god.
truly
That's hysterical.
terrified of losing your sub. And that means they're scared of anything that might drive off a new player. Anything.
Yeah, but not taking risks is a risk. That's the biggest risk that they take.
That might take away that hit of dopamine that keeps you playing in the first place. They never want you to experience a negative emotion while playing their game. So what do? They take out challenge. They ask less of you. They give everyone the tools to survive so that if the healer is a literal toddler banging on the keyboard, you can still finish the duty without kicking them out. Why do you think Tenchi Jin was changed? Why is Black Mage getting more and more instant casts? Why did they decide pressing Kaiten before Midare was too difficult? Why else would they refuse to nerf Picto despite how unhealthy its numbers turned out to be for the endgame? If a job requires skill, it might drive the shitters away. And Square Enix can't have that.
Oh my god. Lucy, you can't just say that. What the fuck? This is too honest. Is this even allowed? Is this legal?
But their idea of making things easy to keep players
This is
is
horrible.
flawed. And to my shock, Yoshi P agrees with me. There's this nice little quote from him recently where he talked about how if a side-scrolling game doesn't have holes to fall into, then there's no fun in playing it.
Oh, you found you got the receipts. Right. This is what I mentioned a few minutes ago about how he needed to introduce stress. Reflecting on FanFest, he said, as we've continued to operate 14, something I regret is we've made the game more comfortable, a game you can play without stress. But I think we overdid it. A video game should have an element of stress, but to handle that properly is extremely difficult. For example, in a side-scrolling game, if there aren't any holes you can drop down into if you miss a jump, of course the game would lose its stress, but it'll also lose its fun. Speaking of FF14, I'd like to restore that part a little bit. Well, how's that been working out so far? Has that happened?
Where he talked about how if a side-scrolling game doesn't have holes to fall into, then there's no fun in playing it. I tell you, viewer, I cried tears of joy. Finally Yoshi understands. He's gonna do it, guys. He's gonna fix the game. And when I played the new dungeons, I felt that he was starting to fix that part of the game. The new normal trials were challenging in a fun way. I'll give them credit where it's due. They have tried to increase the difficulty for this expansion.
Trials. I loved Valley Armanda. It was really fun. I didn't really like Zeralda fight. I like the scene fight, though I felt like it was missing some cool elements from the normal mode that they for some reason didn't put in extreme. But it was a little easy, a little on the easy side.
Slight. And it's a great change, and I appreciated it. But with the state that job design is in, I'm not really sure it matters. You'll hear other people say that jobs have become more and more homogenized over time, and I'm not gonna disagree with them. It's bad for tanks, it's real bad for healers, and to hear you DPS mains tell it, it's not going too good on your side of town either. And maybe this is a controversial take, but here's the way that I see it. If I can level each healer, one after the other, and I barely have to change my approach to gameplay, I think there's a problem. Even if the encounters are marginally more difficult, the devs forgot that the core gameplay of a job is what creates someone who mains it and keeps playing the damn game. And the thing is, they used to understand that. Scholar was a busy mess in Stormblood, but it was my favorite iteration of the job to date. Astrologian was an RNG-dependent job, but making the best out of a bad card pull was part of the class fantasy.
Yeah. Astrologian, Stormblood Astrologian is my Roman Empire. I think I mention it every single time that I have a Final Fantasy stream. Every time. I'm like, hey, remember Stormblood, Astrologian? Remember? Dark Knight is so different than it was when I mained it in Heavensward.
Dark Knight's dark arts required some thought.
Not just dark arts, but also mana management. You had to manage your mana back then. If you didn't have mana, you won't tank. You will not be able to tank. You could actually be in a situation where, because you didn't prepare yourself and your resources, you just won't be able to tank the boss. You are screwed. You could actually be caught with your pants down and be completely ineffective. This is not a situation that I think happens anymore with tanks.
Thought if it wasn't fun for the people who enjoyed actually managing their mana.
Hey, you did mention that.
By bit, they've been stripping
I
out
paused it too
things that
soon.
make jobs different, and Summoner in particular got a complete
Summoner.
rework. Nowadays, if you like Dot, you can play Bard, I guess? Yes, I am well aware that this is God's most unpopular opinion. But seriously, why did they do old Summoner dirty like that? I'm saying this as someone who never mained the job, because I don't have to. I'd be pissed if it happened to my main, and with Healer it kinda did happen to my main, so I'm sorry. But I do think it was a middle finger to that player base, and the bare minimum they could have done was make a Dot job that would replace it. But
I remember I was on such cope when after the change to Summoner. I was on the biggest cope out of anybody. I defended this change so much because I did play Summoner, and I had just finished practicing the old Summoner rotation for like a whole freaking month before they changed it completely and just threw it all in the garbage. So I knew how to play old Summoner. I loved it. And then whenever the change happened, and they made it completely different, just match the colors job, I remember saying all the time on stream, because at the time, like, it was Shadowbringers era, wasn't it? I think so. It was Shadowbringers. I need the allergy pill. Was it Endwalker? I need to go get the allergy pill right now, because I got serious... I'm sniffling. Yeah, okay. It was Endwalker. It was Endwalker because I was there. I tested it at the Endwalker Media Tour, and I wasn't in the Shadowbringers Media. Yeah, that's right. Endwalker Media Tour. was when I first experienced the new version of Summoner. I remember. And I remember first thinking, wow, is that it? Whenever I first tested it on the training dummy. And I'm like, wow, this seems really easy. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm not good at putting job rotations together. So maybe there's more to it and I just don't know. I'm sure later we'll see that there's more to it. And there wasn't more to it. But I defended it for a long time. I remember saying, because I think part of this might have been because I loved Endwalker-based stories so much. And when you love the story and like you're feeling good about the game, and it makes you look past things and make excuses for things more. I remember saying, oh, well, it's okay that they dumbed down Summoner so much and that the old Summoner I loved is gone and that we have a new Summoner. Because even though it's really bare bones, it's okay because it's a foundation that they'll build on later. Okay, so that's why they had to get rid of how it was, because it's gonna be really awesome. So you guys gotta be patient, okay? They're just making it a good foundation to build on. Okay, so cut them a little slack. That's what I used to fucking say.
The past Summoner mains got screwed, and there's no sign that they'll ever be unscrewed. They are permanently being by the massive dick of the job designers. And yeah, I know the player numbers were low. I know many people were dissatisfied that it didn't live up to the summoning lore. I know the dot playstyle was an acquired taste. But was the solution to that to completely nuke a playstyle out of the game and leave those fans with no replacement? It's sad because...
You know what sucks about that? Because what was so cool about the old Summoner playstyle was that it took forever. It was like minutes long. And I remember feeling like each part, each phase really felt like you are preparing to summon a big freaking demon, like a gigantic monster from the other world. And this is a process that takes patience. It almost felt like progressing a raid fight, going through your summoner rotation, because there's like different phases. There's like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and it just gets crazier and crazier the more you go through it. And that's how it should feel to summon a big freaking dragon, right? But now you just press a button. You don't even have to do anything to prepare for it.
You know, they could have done things
like a ritual.
For example, maybe a little less funding into the scam known as Blue Mage, and a little more into creating another Arcanist spinoff? No? We're gonna keep making limited jobs? Okay, I guess I'll go kill myself. But time and time again, the devs have shown that they will choose the path of least resistance. And what they replaced Summoner with was, by far, the easiest job to play in the entire game. Sure, having a couple jobs that are brain dead isn't a bad idea, but you went and replaced one of the sweatiest dot time optimizing spreadsheet maxing player population.
This is actually, if you don't know what this is, I do. I actually recognize this spreadsheet because I was there. At the top, you might notice it says 5.0 Summoner Rotation Sheet. Yeah, so if you wanted to know how to play Summoner, you needed to. This is what you would get linked by other people. Here's a spreadsheet. And you know that I did look at this spreadsheet.
With that, but even this is nothing in the
It was a little scary.
The greatest consequence to making everything easier to play. And if you're a healer main, you already guessed it, the total death of the Trinity system. And no, I'm not talking about the religious one. Let's think about the general premise.
Oh, you feel like there could have been a middle ground? Maybe by listening to the existing Summoner player base for different things that they wanted that might have made it, you know, a little clearer, a little less jank, and just better and more fun. Like, yeah, that might have been the thing. Square Enix does not understand what middle ground is. They don't. They know a little effort or like a gargantuan effort.
Of the Trinity. You have tanks, healers, and DPS.
Let me back up.
It's dot time optimizing spreadsheet easier to play. And if you're a healer main, you already guessed it, the total death of the Trinity system. And no, I'm not talking about the religious one. Let's think about the general premise of the Trinity. You have tanks, healers, and DPS. DPS and healers can't take damage for shit, so they need tanks in order to not get DP double-fisted by any roided chocobo that looks in their general direction. Tanks need healers because even though they're the swinging schlong alpha podcast chat of the team, they're only human. They can take more hits, but that doesn't make them immortal. Of course, DPS need healers because 90% of them suck at the game and they need someone to wipe their ass for them, as is the law of any MMO. And finally, tanks and healers need DPS because they don't want to spend 2 hours throwing cotton balls at the enemy until it finally keels over. And up until Shadowbringers, the Trinity was alive and well, gently suckling on one another's teats in the most beautiful little throuple you've ever seen. That all changed when the Blood-Wedding Nation attacked. Do I jest? Only a little bit. Warrior is far from the only problem with the Trinity system right now, but it was the first big blow, and the trend has only worsened with time. When I was still playing healer, anytime I got a warrior in my team, I would begin the 5-stage process of grief, because I knew I was about to have the most mind-numbingly boring dungeon experience of my goddamn life. There is no skill involved with carrying as a warrior. It is incredibly easy to press Blood-Wedding on cooldown, and if you press it on cooldown, you win, whether you have a healer or you don't. In fact, if you want to be a real jackass, there's a fun little prank you can play on the party. If the healer ever dies, you can make sure you don't use any of your tools to keep the DPS alive, and then proceed to solo the boss, flexing your EP in front of their corpses, forcing them to wait half an hour for you to finish one enemy. Very fun. I love when that happens.
Whenever you're dead and you realize that the tank is gonna do this, and everyone's like, no, hey, go ahead and die, you can die, it's okay, we'll start over, and they don't, and you know, you might as well lock in for the night, because you're not going anywhere for at least half an hour. Yeah, go grab a drink, go take a shot, maybe go to McDonald's, come back, do the laundry. I love it when the tank does that, because it reminds me of how cool he is. Usually when that happens, I think, oh my goodness, I had no idea that this guy was such a gamer and such a Chad. Thank goodness that he wasted all of our time and made this dungeon take 5 times longer than it needed to, because now I see that he's just such a Chad. So I'm very impressed.
And if the warrior is sentient enough to use their healing tools on the DPS, then it's straight up optimal to ignore the Trinity and run a dungeon with a warrior and 3 DPS
Actually,
instead.
yeah, it's
After
better.
all, DPS is king in this game, and for whatever reason, Daddy P has decided that healer should have the least of it. Nowadays, warrior isn't the only problem child. This plague of adding cracked healing tools to non-healer kits has only festered.
Yeah, but okay. Doesn't this also say something about the dungeon design? That this is possible? Too? Like, it's not just the fact that healers, tanks have insane mitigation tools, which, and self-sustain, but it's also the encounter design makes it possible also. And I just don't think dungeons are very fun in 14 at this point. And I really don't know. Like, having a more interesting boss here and there in Dawntrail hasn't really changed that opinion for me. I just don't think it's very fun.
Paladin also has incredible self-sustain. Gunbreaker has respectable self-sustain. Dark Knight is... okay, well, there's an exception to every rule, but the point is, the plague has turned into a pandemic, reaching even the DPS. Reaper has a heal over time, Dancer has an
True.
AoE heal, Summoner
True.
has an AoE heal, Pictomancer has a fucking shield. Am I missing anyone? Healers themselves keep getting new healing tools when they already have more healing than they'll ever need, as long as they play in a party that has a pulse.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how many healing tools a healer has. You look at the kit design for a healer, and you might assume that this is a job designed to be healing around the clock, like sweating their buns off, constantly hitting every heal button and barely keeping a party alive based on how many tools that they have. That's just not the case. It just really isn't happening. You end up not using most of that.
People with an inflation kink must love this trend because with the amount of bloat you have in healers' kits, I doubt they're ever able to play this game fully soft. Yeah, but Lucy, that's just in dungeons and normal mode content. That doesn't matter. Only hard
10 glares to every one heal as a white mage. It's not fun.
has a pulse. People with an inflation kink must love this trend because with the amount of bloat you have in healers' kits, I doubt they're ever able to play this game fully soft.
But I want to press all the healing buttons. I like healing. I wanted to do that. There's a reason why the only time I ever healed in FF14 was Stormblood Astrology. That's the only time. It's the only time that I felt like it was engaging for me. I have never done it outside of that. Ever.
Yeah, but Lucy, that's
It's
just
just
in
boring.
dungeons and normal mode content. That doesn't matter. Only hardcore stuff matters when it comes to balance. Follow Yoshi P's advice. And if you want to have fun as a healer, go play Ultimate. First of all, I hate this reasoning. Because what you're really saying to me is this. Healers shouldn't be allowed to enjoy the game unless they're going sweaty try-hard mode. But hey, don't worry. I got you covered on that front.
Hold on one second. I really need to take an allergy pill. I'm like, I have a huge issue. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I was supposed to do this earlier, but I kept forgetting. Sorry. Time out.
Mute.
Am I muted? Oh my god! I noticed he put some bunarchy in the chat. Okay, so I will punish you for this behavior that is totally unacceptable and you know it.
Mute.
Do you? Okay. How many stormtroopers does it take to change a light bulb? None. 'Cause they're all on the dark side. I was with my dad the other day, and we were driving somewhere, and he put the car in reverse. And when the car was going back, he said, this takes me back. Oh, it's so cringe. Oh, I don't know. You should have thought about that before you put bunarchy in the chat. Should have thought about it.
Riggs Cam says the jokes. Am physically melting.
Well, that's a punishment. That's what you get for acting like that. Okay. Now, anyway, let's get back to the video. Let me back up a little bit so I can get back on track with what we were talking about.
Content, that doesn't matter. Only hardcore stuff matters when it comes to balance. Follow Yoshi P's advice. And if you want to have fun as a viewer, go play Ultimate.
This
First
is
of
so
all,
annoying.
I hate this reasoning. Because what you're really saying
It's
to
so
me
annoying.
is this. Healers shouldn't be allowed to enjoy the game unless they're going sweaty tryhard mode. But hey, don't...
Well, it reminded me of... It's like, if you're a healer and you're complaining that you're bored in casual content, yeah, people will just be like, oh, well, it's obviously you're supposed to be bored in the casual content. It's a dungeon. It's not supposed to be exciting. You're supposed to be bored. It's fine. It's easy. Go do a Savage. And then if you say, well, I'm bored in the Savage, they say, well, Savage is supposed to be flexible content. Why don't you play Ultimate? Okay, it's not really meant for you then. If it's so easy for you, then it's probably a problem with you. You should do Ultimate. And then you go do Ultimate. And you're like, hey, I noticed that they cleared Ultimate without healers. People will say, oh, well, that's not normal. It's just only 1% groups can do that. So it's nothing to worry about. I find that I don't have enough healing to do in the Ultimate. It's just, don't worry about it. Just do Ultimate. Also, saying just do Ultimate is such a crazy thing to say. That's so crazy. You know that is crazy to suggest that someone get a group together of like unbelievably skilled players and dedicate a schedule in their life to consistently progress in this content for months, probably at least weeks, if they're like god gamers, but more like months, maybe even years. That's what you're telling someone to do. I know people, it took them years to clear an Ultimate. Why would you tell someone that as a solution? Ultimate is meant to be pie in the sky, not everyday content. So we want the everyday content to be fun and exciting for everybody, right? We want healers to have fun.
Don't worry, I got you covered on that front. Because Ultimate has already...
Did those people use cheat plugins though? Honestly, good question. Cheat plugins is a whole other enchilada, Infinity. I can't even, let's not even open that can of worms yet, but that is an issue. Yes.
Go play Ultimate. First of all, I hate this reasoning. Because what you're really saying to me is this. Healers shouldn't be allowed to enjoy the game unless they're going sweaty tryhard mode. But hey, don't worry, I got you covered on that front. Because Ultimate has already been cleared without healers. Those are like the top
Those are the top 1%.
of players healers.
Top
Not
1%.
everyone could do that.
Not
Yeah,
everyone
and I
can.
also don't know how to hack into Square Enix's mainframe and find the forbidden ERP logs between GMs. Is that a skill issue on my part, or do you think it's by design? Fact of the matter is, if the devs didn't want you clearing without healers, they wouldn't make it possible no matter what you did. They've gone back and fixed things where tanks weren't necessary. In the case of healers, they just don't care, and neither does the majority of the player base, it seems. I suspect it's because they don't want their overpowered healing toys yanked away, or because they don't play healer and
I'm gonna play devil's advocate. If the content you're doing is too easy, then why wouldn't you try to do whatever the harder content in the game is? Totally valid and a normal line of reasoning. I think that the issue that is being criticized here, though, is that when healers are complaining about just feeling generally bored and not enough to do in the different levels and tiers of content. So feeling like, I think that ideally we want everything that you do to be satisfying and engaging in some way. And then whenever you are pushing yourself to go into a higher tier of difficulty, you're doing that because you want a greater challenge for yourself, not because you're bored to tears with what you're currently doing. If that makes sense. I think that a lot of times people say, oh, well, just go do something harder. To be dismissive to the person who's trying to voice that the content that they're currently doing, the content that they want to do, isn't really hitting it. It isn't really, you know, it's not, they're not getting out of it what they hoped to get out of it.
thus don't give a shit. But hey, it keeps happening and will continue to happen. The most recent Savage tier was cleared without healers. I think on week 2. Very ordinary stuff, perfectly healthy for the game. Wait, oh shit. I have an incoming voice message from Yoshi P. Do
Oh,
any of
no.
you guys understand Japanese?
Oh my god.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, healers don't.
You know, the devs watch these videos. Yoshi P will 100% see this. Like, I have very little doubt that he's going to see that. Just you know that, right? He's definitely gonna see that. Yes, it says, enjoy the cuck chair healer mains, because this is your new normal. That's what it says.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, healers don't like Yoshi's cuck chair. In fact, healer disappointment has reached such an insane level that there's a thread on the official forums with over 1,000 pages. Healers are pissed, and the devs have been turning a blind eye to it since 5.0. 5 years. 5 years healers have been left in this state with no promise of balance or even changes to their DPS kit to at least give them something, anything to do while the warrior main solos by breathing. And if I sound gamer rage mad, it's because I am. I loved healing in this game, goddamn, but I was obsessed with it, talked about it all the time. Hell, I started my career over it. So yeah, pardon me if I'm a little pissed, but I'm not going to apologize for having passion about a game I've put years of my life into. The devs have two choices if they actually care about fixing this. They can either bring the roles back into balance with one another and restore the trinity, or they can admit they hate dealing with healers and just axe them entirely from the game. I'd take either one at this point. At least that would be proof that the devs have a direction in mind and that they're pursuing it with confidence. But for now, we're left with wishy-washy healer kits that only ever get fun when the party is really, really bad at playing the game. And considering how easy the content is, yeah, that usually doesn't happen. But I don't see this metaphorical genie being put back into the bottle. I don't think these
I
devs
also
are
don't
strong
think
enough.
it's going
now
to
that
change.
they've given tanks and DPS these strong heals.
I think that I wouldn't put it as the devs aren't strong enough. I don't really see it that way. I can't make any kind of judgment call on what they're personally like. But I think that they just have this tendency to take half measures and take small steps instead of taking big, decisive action. Like, this is such a good point that she made about, I wish that they would just pick a direction and go full blast at it. So at least then it would feel like, instead of this, oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, we'll test this out and see if players like it. And this is like, it feels like they don't have a clear vision and clear goal in mind that they could just go on into, like, with confidence into the future. I think they're, by constantly testing the waters to check player response and then moving based on that, I think this is not really a good strategy. And I think that it's affected the story too, because I remember at the media tour for Dawntrail, Yoshi saying, you know, we're gonna see how players react to the story at Dawntrail, then we'll go from there. And I'm thinking, what the hell? Like, as a writer, I'm thinking, you don't have a, like, a roadmap that you're confident about for this story. You're gonna just see what players think. That's crazy. To me, I thought that was crazy. I thought it was crazy. But this is apparently how they do everything. And I think it's too much. I think they've been listening a little bit. Like, it's good to listen. But I don't know if they are tunneling on a certain people that they're listening to and not thinking of what everyone might want. I was listening to an interview that Novel did with Ian Hazakostas. It was a World of Warcraft interview the other day. It was last week. And in it, Ian said something that I felt was pretty important revelation that they had over there, which was, Ian said, we need to not just listen to what players are asking for and what the vocal minority are asking for. We need to also think, what do players want that are not vocal, which is the silent majority. Like, what can we give players that we think we would be confident about, that we could give, that they aren't asking for? That's a decision you have to make as a dev based on your inspiration and your, like, confidence in the product that you're creating.
They're not gonna take them back. Most warriors defend their overpowered job tooth and nail, and I mean, who can blame them?
Right, who can blame them? Exactly. That's why a lot of times players will ask for stuff that isn't good for the game. Like, obviously you're not gonna be like, oh, you guys should definitely nerf my job. No one's gonna say that. Like, as a dev, you have to look at the balance and look at what's good overall for the health of the long-term health of the game.
I don't understand how playing something practically unkillable is fun for them.
Why they ask?
Some
Yeah.
people like being the Mary Sue of an MMO. I can't criticize them because I sort of joined them.
Oh, Lucy, you haven't even started talking about the story, girl. We haven't even started on the story.
Switch to gun.
I haven't even talked about any of this shit. I mean, not on my main channel. I don't think I even mentioned this. I didn't have to. I have enough problems.
Breaker in 6.0 and didn't look back. The tank role as a whole is broken and receives constant glazing in the form of buffs, overpowered kits, and special mounts they get just for doing duties while existing as a tank.
Yeah.
I figured, why continue being a second-class citizen when I could just main a job that the devs actually like? And I think this switching of roles is what gave me the patience to keep playing for the majority of 6.0 to 6.5. But it wasn't enough. And unfortunately...
Oh, why keep being a second-class citizen when I could switch to a role the devs actually like? This is like a military-grade cope that you have been on. And it really, I relate to you so much because it's like clinging on fiercely to the passion that you have, like fighting for it, fighting for your place in this game where you can keep loving it and keep enjoying it. Like, I've been there. I like, just whatever it takes. If I have to change roles, I'll do it. Yes, Lumina. They're too cautious and cater to the wrong people. I agree with that.
Patience to keep playing for the majority of 6.0 to 6.5, but it wasn't enough. And unfortunately for the players, and very fortunately for me milking the hell out of this video's time duration, the Trinity system isn't the only thing showing a lack of effort from the devs. Perhaps one of the biggest so-called black pills in 14 is the slow removal of content over time. See, the whole idea behind having longer patch cycles and waiting longer for new content was that it would result in a better gaming experience. After all, what else are they doing with all that extra time? The answer may surprise you. Drum roll, please.
Oh no. Oh
They've
no.
added a grand total of exactly less content than you had in the 3-month patch cycle. You know, when I've had a long day of hard work, and I just need some time to unwind with my favorite MMO of all time, I love to go sit in my comfy chair, log in, and do nothing. God, I love doing nothing. How do the devs expect us to do all this nothing they're making for us? Sarcasm aside, I do see people questioning the devs' thought process all the time. Like,
Oh my
what
God.
do they see as the motivation to
Oh my
keep
God.
casual players logging in when there's nothing new to do for months at a time? Don't fret, because I'm 90% sure I have the answer. They are hinging their bets on the role-playing community. I genuinely think their idea is that enough people are going to reach enlightenment just by dressing up their cat girl and AFKing in Limsa Square with a dance emote. A paid dance emote, by the way. Because let's not forget that putting emotes in the cash shop is way more profitable than turning it into an event reward. God forbid we made actual content for the game. Just make product and sell it as quickly as possible or the shareholder might lose his erection. Yeah, man, the game devs do a little uptime maximizing of their own, and their motto is ABC. Always be cocksucking. But the
Oh my
sad part is,
God.
they keep doing it because it works. There is a significant part of
Do you think that they really are just banking on the role-playing community to sustain the game financially through selling emotes and stuff? I don't know, because I don't have access to those numbers. Like, I don't know. Do role players even buy these outfits on the cash shop? If you're using mods that gives you the outfit for free that you can put on your character, why would you pay money for that if you could just have a mod that puts it on your character for you? Yes. What does chat think? They are still paying the sub. Yes. That is true. My theory is they're designing for the JP community who have only 2 hours or less a day. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense to me. To play the game. For them, they have enough content. The reason that makes a lot of sense to me is because of Yoshi P's response when he was asked about dungeon design, and he defended the dungeon package, saying that they perfectly mathematically math out how long the dungeon will take so that a person with extremely limited time can like book it into their schedule for the night. So they know exactly how long it's going to take for them to do it. That makes a lot of sense to me. They're designing it for people that have literally 1 to 2 hours to play. But I think that's still possible to do while having it be a little bit more fun. Like, I think not having a lot of time to play doesn't necessarily mean that the time you spend has to be like that formulaic too. It's mostly modders doing their job for them, making clothes when Square Enix gives reskin of reskin, and the list goes on. Do role players... Okay, as a role players, I have to say yes, they are making bank. I know role players, a lot of them have more than one character too. So you're buying it multiple times for different characters. I think it's partly an overcorrection from FF11. I don't get it. Has healers really been useless for 5 fucking years? The usefulness of a healer depends on how bad the party is. So a healer will be very useful while you're learning, but then they kind of do outlive their usefulness. Oh God, that sounds horrible. I can't speak to that. To be perfectly honest with you, I only played a healer in Stormblood with Astrology. I'm not a healer main. So I'm not the person to really ask about how it's been. I can only tell you my experience with why I'm not a healer main, because it's just not been fun enough for me to stay interested. Have ADHD, and this requires me to be like pretty engaged, or else I'll get bored, whatever I'm playing. That's why I like Dancer so much. Dancer is great. But as fun as Dancer is, I still find myself bored in dungeon content. So when you get to the late game, Tank takes the healer behind the shed. We don't talk about that. Yeah. Okay, anyway, let's just continue. Let's just continue on.
Always be cock-sucking. But the sad part is, they keep doing it because it works. There is a significant part of the player base that couldn't give a shit about the actual game. They just use it as their ERP hub and keep their sub active so they can find out what happens at the end of the Rogan game thing they started last Wednesday. Sprinkle a little cash shop slut glam on top, and you have Yoshi P's dream player right there. And
to be honest, we have not gotten enough slut glams in the cash shop at all. Okay? Like, I'm the first to buy those. And lately, it's been this baggy street clothes. I don't want that. I personally find it hard to believe that the devs are consciously saying to each other, hey, let's just not make content, and only the people doing roleplay and ERP will play our game. Like, I don't think that they're consciously doing that. That doesn't make sense. That's why, to me, it makes more sense that they're just designing the game for people with very limited time. Very limited time. That's that. But then again, they could also feel like, okay, the amount of content we make is enough. Number of sales we make in the cash shop right now, it's enough. It's sustaining us. This model we have now is giving us enough to proceed. And therefore, we don't need to push the envelope. We don't need to like go crazy. We don't want to change it up too much, because what we're doing now is okay enough. And to me, it's just, who can possibly explain their refusal to innovate and push out a lot of new things? I don't know. That's not something I have information about.
let it be known that I'm not bidding on roleplay. I've done a little cringe activity back in my Tumblr heyday, but I'll be damned if I let Yoshi P prioritize the roleplaying.
Let me just say one more thing. Oh my god, I know I'm pausing it constantly. I know I'm pausing it constantly. I love the role-playing community. I think it's amazing. The game has such a fantastic role-playing community, and of course it does, because we have incredible emotes in this game. However, biggest issue I have with the cash shop and all that is the fact that there's just no way at all to work towards getting cash shop items outside of paying money. And this is the only MMO that I play where that is the case. I play Elder Scrolls Online and I play World of Warcraft. And in both of those games, there are methods in place that if you really wanted something in the cash shop and you don't have real money to spend on it because you're already paying for a subscription fee, you can do activities in the game. And through those activities, you can collect a currency that will let you buy the thing that way. And FF14 doesn't let you do that, which I think is pretty bad in the modern space.
Have Yoshi P's dream player right there. And let it be known that I'm not bidding on roleplay. I've done a little cringe activity back in my Tumblr heyday, but I'll be damned if I let Yoshi P prioritize the role-playing scene over actual content. The fact that a lot of people defend the cash shop is another debate entirely. Misshapen Chair made a great video on that, so check that out in the pinned comment if you want to hear my controversial take. I'm not getting into it here, but even if you ignore the paid emotes, paid outfits, outfits, paid dyes, paid mounts, you get the idea. Then you'll have to wrestle with the fact that the game objectively has less content than ever before. Let me give a brief overview. First, we went from getting 2 new expert dungeons in a patch to only 1. Whatever. Small potatoes, right? Just walk it off. And then we lost our job quests and got role quests instead. A decently sized blow. Many people enjoyed them, and we would no longer be getting updates to the quests that embellished the job and class fantasy we were so drawn to in the first place.
Man. Role quests. God. I remember back to when we got 2 dungeons per patch. We didn't know how good we had it. We would complain about Never Reap. God, the role quests from Dawntrail have been absolutely terrible. Like, the ones that I have done so far, I just don't want to do anymore. I don't think I can. They're just terrible. Like, maybe the ones I've done are the ones that are not good. Maybe I need to do one that's good that you guys could tell me about. But so far, I really don't want to do more. And it's just not worth it to get the dyes for my outfit. I'm just...
Were the role quests at least better written or longer? Not really, but I mean, there's so many
But we lost job quests for this.
jobs in the game. I guess it was too much to keep up with.
I
And
guess.
at least we still have our relic grind, right? Isn't that something we can spend a lot of time having fun with in game? Sorry, man. About those relics. Yeah, those are just tombstones now. Yeah, you can just buy it by running the same 2 dungeons in expert roulette over and over again. Sorry. Is that disappointing? Don't worry, guys. We're working on new content. There's just so much other content we're developing. Can't you see? Look at how much content you have now! What are the new things we have? Well, we have Island Sanctuary, which turned out to be less like a farming simulator and more like a click and wait simulator. We also have Criterion Dungeons, which gave out less than like a farming simulator and more...
I was excited for Island Sanctuary because I was expecting the gameplay loop to be something similar to Animal Crossing or Stardew Valley. Instead, it's just an Excel spreadsheet simulator. Yeah, they turned the most playground, player agency driven, creative content type of content into a straight line conveyor belt. I'm actually shocked by the implementation that they went with. I could not believe it. When we first unlocked the Island Sanctuary, everybody had the same like kind of feeling like, what? I thought we were supposed to be on vacation. I thought this was like an island getaway. But that would be the first time we found out that they don't know what vacation means. Okay.
Or like a click and wait simulator. We also have Criterion Dungeons, which gave out less than stellar rewards. We also have new extreme trials. I mean, not really. They're just old extreme trials rebalanced for the current level cap, so we're just recycling old shit and putting mediocre rewards on it. But yeah, that's technically new. We're also getting seasonal events. Less and less with each one taking...
Disappointed in seasonal events. A few lines of dialogue. Walk X feet. A few lines of dialogue. Return. A few lines of dialogue. Seasonal event complete. I wouldn't even use the word lackluster. It's not strong enough. It's a shame because I have fond memories of making plans with friends to go check out seasonal content, play mini games, check out the attire and decor. It's a shame because I have other titles in my regular rotation that put honest effort into their events. I'm not paying $15 a month to play those titles. Yeah, events in FF14 are pretty lame compared to other games that I play. But I think that, again, this might go back to our running theory about how they're trying to design a game for people that have extremely limited time. Because every time it's taken about the exact same amount of time for me to get to the point where I started the quest and the point where I have got the item from the event. And that seems to be the most important thing, is just making sure that it takes a very specific amount of time to finish. But, oh man. The holiday events. The last time I did one was for the Valentine's event. And it was okay. Like, I didn't, the stories haven't really been great. But this one was, I think, slightly better than the Christmas story, which was, I think, quite bad. The Christmas story, I think it was, hey, everybody is working really hard. And so can you pass out juice to everybody in the new screenshot area? And you say, okay. And you go pass out juice. And you're done. That is it. That was the story. That was the Christmas story. So, I mean, I don't usually expect the stories to be great. But I think that's, more and more I start to feel like that's kind of an issue. Because there's other games I play where the seasonal stories are fun. And they're cute. You know, they don't have to be life-changing. I don't have to cry. But I mean, they could feel a little more inspired than that. I don't know. I did the Valentine's story on stream, and I don't know. Okay, let's just. I don't have to beat a dead horse about this. Let's just move on.
Less
Let's move on.
time than the one before it, and offering increasingly worse rewards, and
They used to be good. I remember the orphan story from Christmas one time being really cute. I remember the little Yeti story. It was really cute. They've done it a couple times.
other than that, we have, hold on, let me just sit through my files here. We have, oh, here it is. We finally put Hilda's hairstyle in the cash shop. What's that? Have we fixed the housing situation? Well, no, that's not. Yeah, you do have to stay sub to keep your house, of course you do. Are you looking forward
I swear to God, the threat of losing my house is the only thing that keeps me playing during dead patches. And by playing, I mean paying $15 to log into my house, then immediately log out once every 30 days. Lord forgive me, but I was so grateful for periods of crisis like the hurricane that paused the demo timer. Oh my God. What the fuck? That's horrible. Oh my God, that's horrible. That's
Are you
horrible.
looking forward to getting new outfits and the dungeons and crafted gear? Don't go too crazy with your expectations there. The vast majority are just recolors and
Just don't have a house, man. Just don't. Just give up on it, okay? I don't have one anymore. I gave up.
Are you looking forward to getting new outfits and the dungeons and crafted gear? Don't go too crazy with your expectations there. The vast majority are just recolors and dyeable versions of old stuff. Do the
Yeah.
and Hrothgar at least have hats yet? Oh yeah, it has been years by now. Hey,
This is a new trend, isn't it? The Endwalker dungeon armor sets being recolors. Yeah, is this a new trend? I feel like I remember them doing the dungeon armor set showcase in the past. Like, I remember when they released the, from Shadowbringers, the dungeon with the castle, and they released that gear that's like wolfy gear. It used to be, I think I remember them doing like dungeon armor showcase for every patch, but I could be wrong. This might be interesting to look into to see if this is actually a new trend. How many times are we getting new dungeon gear sets or not? Yeah. I thought it was criminal there was only one cyberpunk set and everything else was a recolor. Seems same as in the past. Sometimes new, sometimes a reskin or dyeable of previous set. Yeah, I don't have the data on that, but I'm curious.
versions of old stuff. Do Viera and Hrothgar at least have hats yet? Oh yeah, it has been years by now. Hey man, the devs need 4 months between patch cycles. What are you, a slave driver? The trend is clear. You, as the player, are getting less and less content while putting in the same exact money you did when they were giving you more. And there are people out there who will tell you that wanting more is bad. That wanting more is asking for the game devs to be overworked and abused. Who are these mysterious individuals, the White Knights, who come to defend the billion-dollar company's honor? The legendary, the fabled, the ever-present great community, by the way. That's right, if all of that wasn't enough, Final Fantasy 14 is backed up by a community that defends it from criticism as if 14 is the project of a few poor, underfunded indie devs instead of Square fucking Enix. The great community, by the way, gamer, follows a simple line of protocol. The DDD. Deny, dismiss, and downplay. That's a fun game you can do. See if you can spot the different types as we go along. The most infamous part of these specimens is their constant criticism of, quote, elitism within the game. Of course, to them, elitism is when you're semi-competent at playing. Asking for harder normal content so you don't fall asleep in dailies. Elitism. Asking for job complexity. Elitism. Asking for healers to have more DPS options. Believe it or not, elitism. In their eyes, anything that doesn't cater to the lowest common denominator is for elitist scum. And you better believe that if you want to kick that healer from your party who's doing nothing but casting cure when you're already at full HP, you're just elitist, bro. You're not dead, so they're totes doing their job. How dare you ask for more from the player base? Stop being such an elitist, my guy. Not everyone wants to try hard by having a basic understanding of the game like you. They've done this since the dawn of the game, always hiding behind some corner, waiting for someone to make the grave error of asking for more difficulty or complexity. Then they jump out of the bushes to tell you that they know someone who's disabled, or someone who doesn't have a lot of time to play the games, or someone who only plays for the story. As if there aren't already solutions to every one of these problems. You suck at the game and don't want to burden anyone? Use trust. You're busy and you want to see just the story? Watch a playthrough of only the story parts. Dozens of those exist on this very platform. You're disabled but want to play with your friends? Why not try out Summoner, a very mobile job that can be played with one hotbar and controller. It's not that people don't want these accessibility options to exist, it's that they don't want that to become the entire game. Future Lucy adding to this point. I really hate the accessibility argument that people make to defend the devs, because while I was putting together this video, I literally found a thread with about 80 pages worth of people talking about how the new graphics hurt their eyes and makes the game unplayable. These people have gone completely ignored with not even a mention from the devs. And considering how easy it would be to add some settings to get rid of the bloom and maybe lower the brightness, I really don't know how you could actually believe they care about accessibility. Okay, back to the video.
Yeah, I think obviously we want the game to have options for people that are disabled, that don't have a lot of time, that are new. We want that. The problem is when these desires and these needs are weaponized by people that use it to dismiss valid criticism of the game. That is horrible. Like, that is the case a lot of the time. You know, you're just trying to point out like how you want a game to have be a little more challenging for you, and make you feel more engaged in various ways. And someone who just doesn't want to hear it, it's just another little thing some people like to pull out of their pocket to be dismissive. Oh, well, yeah. Obviously we want accessibility options, and we want different tiers of difficulty that can cater to different kinds of people that can engage with the game in various ways for all kinds of million different reasons. That's something I think that the game could really improve at personally. Like, I never would want the game to just suddenly get harder and leave a ton of people in the dark or leave a ton of people behind. I don't want that. I want there to be, as I've always said, a normal spectrum of difficulty that you can hop in at wherever you're comfortable with and progress from there in a way that's natural to you. This is something that actually I think World of Warcraft does extremely well. It's one of the reasons that I found that game to be so accessible. No matter how much effort you want to put in, how much time you want to put in, there's something for you that's going to be fun. That's there for you. But the problem is when people use this, they throw out accessibility options just so that you'll shut up, really. Like, this is not the same as people that genuinely want different kinds of
Just felt
options.
that deserved mentioning. But in the eyes of the great community, by the way, this is toxicity. And asking for normal mode content to be anything more than a brain-dead slug is a sin. But they defend much more than the gameplay. They're also ride or die for the story, no matter how low it's fallen. Let's take Dawntrail, for example. Twitter in particular was the Wook Lamont Defense Squad. Any criticism of her writing would get you called a plethora of insults. Illiterate, brain-rotted by TikTok, and edgelord. I'm pretty sure they just started pulling shit out of a hat at some point. There were even people straight up calling the story brilliant and some of the best writing in the game. If you don't like it, you don't have an attention span. You're just a selfish brat who can't stand when the spotlight isn't on you. You're just a bigot. You hate women. You're a negative Nancy who hates happiness. And if you're right and the story is mid and the quality is down, don't worry. They're just world building right now. It's impossible.
It's just exhausting, really. I've heard it all at this point. It's exhausting to constantly try to have a conversation with people that only engage with you in bad faith. They don't care about listening to what you have to say. They don't care. They only want to dismiss you and get you to shut up already. That's it. Like, it's tiresome.
Possible to make a good story in a new world, right? Let's ignore the fact that they literally did that with Shadowbringers. Let's make excuses for the writing team. Guys, have some sympathy. It's really hard to sell books too, because all of them are required to world build for 400 pages before they make things interesting. That's why there's no such thing as a booming bookstore industry selling novels that only have one volume. This community made me feel genuinely gaslit about my experience with Dawntrail. It wasn't just one or two people jumping to the game's defense, it was thousands. But if I had to summarize my thoughts on the story after giving it time, letting it sink in, and coming back to it with a clear head, it still felt like an insult to the player's intelligence, as if it was asking you to forget every lesson you learned in each expansion up until that point and throw it all away.
That was how I
this
felt
time,
too.
the happy and wholesome character will get exactly what they want, with no real, long-lasting consequences thrown their way. It was so antithetical to the worlds of Heavensward and Stormblood and Shadowbringers to the point that I could not reconcile them. It legitimately killed my interest in the story. I'll pause my thoughts on Dawntrail there, because this is more so about the toxic positivity the community throws at it, and other creators have already done a great job breaking it down, particularly Zepla's video, which I highly encourage you to check out if the topic interests you. Her thoughts almost perfectly echo mine, so just imagine Zepla saying it in a much whinier, annoying, and high-pitched voice, and then it's almost like you're still listening to a Lucy Pyre video. Does it end here? Do they at least know?
I appreciate that. Appreciate the shout out. Hey, that's me. I did the story and it was devastating. I could not even really talk about the story for at least a month. I realized that I felt a lot of different just bad feelings about it, and I took a lot of time away just to clear my head so I could come back and make a video that I felt would be objective and that would just, in the most civil way possible, lay out everything that I felt was a genuine writing issue. And I'm really proud of that video. I think I accomplished what I set out to do, but there's still so much that I need to say, and it's been really, really difficult to go back and like say more, because typically my content on my channel has been driven by passion and love and excitement and joy for the game. That is my whole YouTube channel. Is all that. That's all of it. That's the engine. And without that passion, like really revving the engine, it has been slow going indeed. I am still working on it. I do have a video in the works. It's like, there's so much more I need to say, but I don't know. It's been hard. This is actually the first time in all my years of playing FF. I started in 2015, so it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. This is the first time where I just didn't care about upcoming story. Like with 7.1, when 7.1 was coming out, I remember saying, I don't really expect the story to be good, but I'm looking forward to the other content. That's insane. That's actually crazy for me to say something like that. Same for this 7.2. We have a live letter on Friday. And I'm like, well, I'm looking forward to the content, like Occult Crescent, and I hope I'll enjoy that and the new dungeon and stuff, but I do not care about the story. I don't think this story is going to be good. They've completely, like, I have zero faith this is going to be good. I'm waiting for 8.0 at this point. If 8.0 is a disaster, I really don't. I'll just become a Meteon, probably. I'll just I'll become a blasphemy. Most likely. It'll just be totally, it's gonna be bad. So hopefully it will be good, but.
Oh, when to call it quits? Sure, they blow smoke up the gameplay and the story's ass, but surely they wouldn't defend something serious like, I don't know, a huge gaping security flaw? Nope. And strap in, because 14 players still stand in the way of the game's progress, even when it makes zero sense to do so. And I can prove it. They had one of their absolute greatest hits about 7 months ago, back when the devs rolled out their new blacklist system. For those of you who don't know, there's been some recent drama regarding data exploits, and without going into the nitty-gritty, here's what that means. Stalking you on your alts just became easy as hell for bad actors. Some absolute prophet known as Fori Memory Sanat, hallowed be thy name, tried to warn the community at large about this, but they hated the Messiah because he told the truth. I know! Anyways,
That's still miles and leagues better than the previous system where you couldn't get away from
8 months ago. That's right. We actually covered this. There was somebody 8 months ago who posted on Reddit saying, hey guys, this seems like a pretty serious security flaw. And someone could totally take advantage of it to like make a stalking add-on. What should we do? And everyone's like, oh my God, what are you so upset about? This is no big deal. Shut up.
people even if you wanted to.
they're blacklisted anyway, so what's it matter?
What does it
no
matter?
different from them having your loads down. People have been tracking other players for years. I'm
Yeah.
sure that stalkers love watching me AFK and old Daw for 96 hours. Well, hardly ideal. The people who would benefit from this the most are getting blacklisted anyway. If you're getting into situations where you're worried about people spreading slander about your alt accounts, even after you blacklisted them, you need to really touch grass and reevaluate your relationship with online game.
You need to touch grass. That's what they said. Okay. Yeah. This is actually a perfect example of what goes on in this community. That's so exhausting to me. Because honestly, this is just one small example, but it happens with every fucking thing. And then people wonder why things get worse. Well, it's because every time somebody tries to point something out that is a problem, they are just they're hounded by a million people coming out of the woodwork to tell you that it's not a problem and to gaslight you. And it's tiresome. I don't know if I can deal with it. Honestly, I have taken I'm still part of this community, and I guess I always will be, but goddamn, I'm streaming it a lot less, and I'm playing other stuff a lot more. And it has been a breath of fresh air to go into another game and be able to criticize it. And other people are like, oh, yeah, maybe that's a problem. Do you realize how crazy that was for me the first time I did that? I pointed out a problem in another game I was playing. And people are like, oh yeah, that could be an issue. I don't know. I'm like, what? You're not gonna... You think it's okay that I just said something bad about the game? I don't know, like, the game sucks sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck? Where am I? That's
This
not
thread,
normal.
for as important as the information within it turned out to be, only got 10 upvotes. Artwork of someone's borderline naked cat girl gets 100 times more. And the comments within the actual thread, all different ways of saying, no one
This is
gives
exhausting.
a fuck, or it's not a problem
Doesn't
anyway,
matter.
or
Yeah.
it's a problem, but you're just being paranoid if you think people will actually stalk you. Comments filled with misinformation and people who have no clue what they're talking about. All things they said with confidence and upvotes before an actual stalking plugin was created and distributed publicly to players, forcing everyone to pay attention to the very real issue Square Enix had created. If you've never been in a situation where you had to worry about your privacy in the online game that you use to unwind and relax, then congratulations. I envy you, but I am asking you to exercise a shred, a modicum of empathy when I tell you that there are awful, terrible people out there who stalk and harass and threaten over the most irrelevant shit you can think of. Undercutting on the
Yep.
market board, leaving a free company, having a bad day in Party Finder, rejecting someone who asked them to be their RuneScape girlfriend. All of these things have been reasons for stalking in-game. So I just want you to put yourself in their shoes for a moment. What if every time you wanted to have fun with your favorite game, someone came up to you and started giving you shit? What if no matter how many times you blocked them, they'd always have a new alt to troll you with? What if they somehow knew where you were in-game all the time? Wouldn't you just want some fucking privacy? Wouldn't you appreciate having a little bit of your anonymity back? If you can't understand why it's a problem, I can only assume one of two things. One, you're naive as hell, and you think evil people don't exist. Or two, you're a complete asshole who doesn't care about others, and you're arrogant enough to think it could never happen to you. Well, for your sake, I hope you're fucking right, because Square Enix has responded to the situation, and
I will say that everyone I know has either had a stalker in FF14 or knows someone that has had a stalker. That is not normal. The number of stalkers in this game is absolutely sky high. And I don't know why that is. But that is the case. Everyone I know has had one or knows someone that has one. Like, that's a close friend. It's horrible. It's horrific. But it's not a problem, I guess.
their response was, and I practically quote, please don't make plugins to stalk our users. That is very mean. We will sue. Future Lucy back again to let you know they have addressed this issue again in the latest live letter, but it's still unclear if they have an actual plan to fix it or if they're just reminding us that they know about it. At the very least, they don't seem to be in a rush to patch this out, so the point still stands.
They said they would start working on it in 7.2. So they're going to start working on a concept of a plan in 7.2. Yeah. So that's... Yep. In the chat right now, tons of people say that they indeed have had a stalker. I had a stalker and I'm a loner. I had one legit. I've had people go as far as sending me fake Discord DMs they had with my partner. That's what I'm saying. It's horrible.
No fix for the exploit, no rushing to solve their security flaws, nothing that would actually solve the problem permanently. Because even though the plugin is no longer being distributed, they can't delete it from the people who already downloaded it. They can't stop people from making new copies. And hell, even if they magically could, the security is so bad that all you need is fucking Wireshark to figure out what you need to know. So no, their response is not enough. It's a joke. And it shows zero consideration for the people playing their game. I hate that this community dismisses real concerns until they're impossible to ignore. I hate that the person who whistleblowed this on Reddit was treated like a paranoid idiot. I hate that people defended the devs when they were objectively, factually undeserving of that defense. I hate how they are always standing in the way of this game's progress, as if 14 is this fragile being made of glass that will shatter if any criticism brushes its surface. But you know what? If 14 can't withstand...
But you know what? That's also lately how it seems the devs feel. Based on the way that they approach creating content. It's like they see it as this fragile piece of glass that will shatter if people criticize it or have anything bad to say about it. Feels like that.
And criticism of a literal security flaw, then I don't think it deserves our money in the first place. We as a community need to be better. We deserve better. And we should be asking for better. Stop cutting yourself, grow some balls, and quit paying them the sub money that they're just gonna use to bend over and fuck your cat girl wife with. Demand
Oh my God.
security, because it's the bare minimum you deserve. This game is never,
Wow.
and I do mean never,
Holy shit, Lucy. You're just straight up telling people to just unsub over this. I mean, I think the fact that they can't guarantee you the basic security of your account and ID, account information, it is a valid reason to unsub.
going to improve as long as the player base is happy to consume whatever slop the devs dish out. Thankfully, the sheer number of people talking about the decline of this game and the dwindling sub numbers gives me hope that the tides are finally shifting. That
I don't
players
know.
are starting to wake up to the problem that's been staring them in the face for so long, and that problem is this. Many of us sense no love or passion from the game devs. And sure, maybe we're looking in the wrong places. Maybe there are nuggets of careful thought and planning somewhere in the overarching scheme of things. But do we see it in the outdated character creation? Do we see it in the writing? Do we see it in the job design? The answer may shock you, but no. They're giving us the same old content cycle we've had since A Realm Reborn. New expert dungeon, new extreme trial, new 24-man raid, new 8-man raid, go try hard savage, go try hard the shiny new ultimate, with very little mid-core content to feed those in between, or even casual content.
Wow, I
in
could not
Dawntrail's
agree
case.
more.
The gear farm is the same as
This
ever,
is how I feel.
and as stingy as ever, not allowing you to try new jobs in in-game without investing your limited resources into it. Fuck with the way tomes are done in this game, I feel like Final Fantasy XIV is a gacha game and I just hit my Battle Pass weekly XP limit. Why the hell am I paying a monthly subscription for a free-to-play experience? If the devs
Oh my
want-
god! Oh my god! Let her cook.
us to be able to play every job on
Let
one
me back it up.
for content to feed those in between, or even casual content in Dawntrail's case. The gear farm is the same as ever, and as stingy as ever, not allowing you to try new jobs in in-game without investing your limited resources into it. Fuck with the way tomes are done in this game, I feel like Final Fantasy XIV is a gacha game and I just hit my Battle Pass weekly XP limit. Why the hell am I paying a monthly subscription for a free-to-play experience?
I can't believe
The
this.
devs want us to be able to play every job on one character. Then why can't they put their money where their mouth is and fix the gear problem? The game devs are playing a type of gay chicken with all of us. Yeah, I said it. Just instead of making homoerotic eye contact, they're trying to see how little they can give before you finally break away. And can you blame them? Why would you try new things if people are paying for the old? Why work harder when you can make up the missing sub money in cash shop sales? Why give a when the shareholder has lined pockets and fat stomachs? When Square Enix takes the money this game makes and shuffles it into other, less successful projects? And in that same vein, I feel terrible on the behalf of the devs who do put in effort, only to not be rewarded for it, only to have the profits they made siphoned into projects that have nothing to do with them.
That's Square
would be
Enix.
demotivating for anyone, and Square Enix needs to do better by them as well. The devs of this game can be better because they have been better. This is a verifiable fact. They have made fun and engaging jobs in the past.
True.
They have made challenging content. They have added events that give cosmetics instead of shuffling them into their cash shop. They can do it again, but they won't unless the numbers speak. They won't unless Tanaka shareholder's son starts knocking on their front door or back door. I'm not sure which position Japanese game devs prefer. At least at Blizzard, I heard they like doing it with milk or something. Whatever the point is, with all of the doom posting about sub numbers and game dissatisfaction going around, I want to encourage you to do just one thing. Don't pity the devs. Don't pity Yoshi P. Don't feel bad that the game is declining, or that sub numbers are dwindling, or that most people who talk about the game only have negative things to say these days. Don't sink into paranoia that the game is going to die if you criticize it, because the irony is that if you don't, it probably fucking will. Join them, add to the voices speaking out, and then maybe, just maybe, Final Fantasy XIV will go back to being a game worth making videos about, worth playing, worth investing time into, and absolutely worth making sexy femboy alts to ERP with. Yeah, I do want this game to struggle. I want people to speak up loud and clear about the problems they have with it. I want to see the consequences of years worth of bad decisions pile up on the devs, and I want them to feel the full weight of it on their shoulders, not because I'm a WoW Andy who jumps shit, not because I'm a shit-stirrer who loves to see people suffer, but because I'm a proud in 14 player, and I refuse to stand for what my game has shit the bed and fallen into. If a period of low numbers in sales is what we need to get back on track, then I welcome it with open arms. I want to see these capable game devs wipe the dirt off, roll their sleeves up, and get back to cooking some real gamer shit. In conclusion, Mikodes, get money. I can't sign your sub. This video has been a long time coming. It took me
I'll let it play out.
well to write because I couldn't organize my thoughts or figure out exactly what deserved to be said and what was just rambling. I'm pretty sure I still rambled, but you'll have to forgive me for that on the account of I'm a woman and that's what I do best by nature. There are a lot of emotions and feelings intertwined with what I hope are valid points to be made about the game, so it took me a while to make this script coherent. I have no clue how many people who watch me care about 14 these days, but this is something that's been lingering in my subconscious for over a year now. Now that it's finally out of my head, I feel a lot better, and I hope it helps everyone understand where my mind is at in terms of the game right now and making content for it. There's probably stuff I'm missing or forgot to mention, but since this will probably be my longest script to date, forgive me if I forgot to mention whatever Yoshi P's aunt's uncle's dog's cousin is up to lately. Besides, that's what the comment section is for. Please share your thoughts if you have any, because I genuinely want to hear them. And for those of you who are bigger fans of me, thank you very much. Thank you for your endless reserves of patience and your kindness and waiting for me to finally get my together enough to make this. And a shout out to all of you who still have a YouTube membership to me, even though I haven't been feeding you very well at all. And finally, a special thanks to my patrons, especially those of you at the highest tier. Flying.
So, man, this pretty much exactly sums up the way that I feel about the state of the game and like this sense of wanting the game to be good again, like to be the game that I loved before, but I don't know if I really have hope at this point. I feel like as time goes on, it becomes more and more difficult for me to believe that things will change significantly, because I think that they get a lot of vocal positive feedback for things that the game is doing now that I fundamentally don't really like, and they seem confident in a lot of ways on a direction that I don't know if I can follow them on. And I've kind of like, I don't know if it's healthy for me to continue to like hope and wish and pray for things to be better without seeing evidence for it first. I need to see more proof in the pudding way of a real change. Yeah, I think it was absolutely fantastic video. And I relate to her in so many ways. Like it feels like we've been through the same struggles and we're still going through the same kind of process. And this was actually so cathartic for me to watch as a creator, because it's just, me, my life has been dedicated to this game for a decade, and feeling like I need to let go when I didn't want to has been awful. Like logging in and feeling like suddenly there was nothing for me to do just felt just felt really bad. I feel like I need to switch gears. I need to restructure my life. I need to stream different things. I need to make different kinds of videos. You know, I have to make a new direction, I feel, if I'm gonna survive. And because I don't want to just complain about FF14 all the time. I don't want that. I don't want that. But I feel like every time that I talk about FF14, I don't really have anything positive to say. So, like, why would I continue to do that? You know? Why would I keep doing that? I'm vocal where I can be, but I don't work for Square Enix. It's their responsibility to make their game better. It's not mine. I have to go play what's fun for me right now. That's what I have to do. And I want it to be FF14, but right now it's not. So, yeah. I really appreciate the video, and I appreciate the shout out in it. It's nice to hear that I'm not alone in the way that I feel, even though it's also sad to know that I'm not alone in the way that I feel. One thing that you really, like, and it's part of the reason why it's so exhausting to try to continue to be on the save FF14 bandwagon and try to be, like, positive and about the game and, like, hoping it will be better. Like, that's another reason that that's not great to do right now for me, is because of being constantly gaslit and having to constantly deal with mountains of people who come out of the woodwork to say that I shouldn't be complaining, that I don't have anything to complain about, and that everything's fine, and that they'll come into my stream and they'll just be like, well, why are you even playing it then if you have problems with it? And I'm like, okay, fine, you're right, bye. You know, I wish it wasn't like this, but there's just too much wrong, and it's exhausting. I really tried for a long time to just, I'll just keep playing FF14 and we'll just talk about it and I'll just be honest about it and we'll just hope it's going to be better. But it's exhausting. It's exhausting because of the community as well. Not the entire community. Let me be clear. Not the entire community. There's a very vocal part of the community that just would rather me go away. And why should I fight them? I barely have any passion at this point. So, I just don't have it. I don't have the strength. I haven't quit completely. Like, I don't think I still am subscribed to the game. But, and it's not burnout. It's not burnout. Burnout is when you play so much, you're tired. This is not that. It's the opposite of that. So I want to play, but I can't. It's just not the game that I loved. It's like, as time goes on, it just becomes less and less. It becomes more unrecognizable to me. Yeah, she cooked. I didn't stop playing FF14 because I burned out and lost my passion. I stopped because FF14 burned my passion. This is it. This is it. And a lot of people will try to say, oh, well, you're just burnt out. No. Yeah. Yoshi took a hard stance on plugins. The hard stance? Please don't do that. She didn't even talk about the fact that now there are plugins that play the game for you. That's another thing that really just... It was like another straw that kind of broke the camel's back for me. There are plugins people use that will move your character for you and do your rotation for you and do the content for you. So all you have to do is just have the robot AI play the whole game for you. Moves you out of AoEs. It does your rotation perfectly. And when I brought this up on stream and I was complaining about it, because I still care about the game. There was people saying, oh, well, it's not different from DBM. Actually, it's just like DBM. That tells you a vocal alert to get out of that. Yeah, it's just like, no, it's not. No, it isn't. And that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm tired of it. I'm tired of having to fight these people that will defend the craziest shit. Why? Why are you defending stuff that sucks for the game? Why do you want the game to be worse? Why do you, like, if you criticize housing, like I did a ton of videos about how WoW's got the new player housing. They're going to be doing this, like neighborhoods and everything. And there's people who are like defending housing in 14, saying that it's good the way that it is. Because, you know, it's better than it was, and now at least people who are definitely using the house are in the house. I just can't. You know, it's like, at this point, if you want me to be an honest person and talk about the game a lot, you're also asking me to constantly have to debate people that aren't interested in that conversation. They just want to defend and dismiss, and it's stupid. It's stupid. It's not fun. It's not fun to talk about it. It's not fun to play it. So what are we doing? You know? Oh, God. I can understand wanting to correct them, but I don't even, it's not even about, it's like, do I want to have to, every time I have something critical I want to say, preface it? Well, before I say this, first let me preface this by letting you know that I really care about the game a lot, and I'm not going to try to upset anyone, and I'm not trying to say anything bad, but I think this thing needs to be improved possibly, okay? Like, I'm tired of this. I can't. Oh my gosh. It is exhausting. I love FF14, and that's why I love people shitting on it's resting on its laurels and refusing to innovate. Constructive criticism is the only way the situation can improve. I mean, most people that think this, I feel, aren't really playing that much. So, I don't know. It's sad. They're saying that because they don't want to lose the rareness of having a house. Right. Yes. They can brag about it to their friends. Yes, that's right. That's right. There's the people that were mad because they like it being a rare, valuable commodity to have. It's selfish. I remember when you beat DSR, you said something along the lines of rekindling your love of the game. Would you say that a casual player, the game just doesn't have much to offer anymore? Yeah, I do feel like that. Yeah, I do feel like that. Because a story was a big thing. I was a story enjoyer, and that was a big part of a casual enjoyment. And that's kind of not a thing now. Yeah. Even people in my FC are so toxic, lying positive about 14. It gets so tiring when you get critical. Yes, that is what I'm saying. It's like, I find it funny people who say, no, you can't unsub, the game will die. Like, it's my job to artificially prop up a game that I don't want to play anymore with my hard-earned money. I would love to have the motivation and excitement to play it again, but I won't pay for whatever this is that's offered. I'm quite lenient. I just want a good story, and it's fine. And even this has been ruined. Worse, I don't see that the game will improve. That's why I actually unsubbed after these horrible interviews Yoshi P gave, even before 7.1. I mean, I hate that. And I wish that it didn't come to this point. But, yeah. I'm not unsubbed. And I won't yet. I'm not going to unsub. Because I would say that actually, in spite of everything, I still want to believe that things will get better. I think Occult Crescent, I mean, that seems interesting. That seems like it could be a casual or a mid-core thing to do. That could be fun. It's possible that that could be fun. as upset as I am with the current state of things, I'm not so pig-headed that I can't see that there might be something on the horizon that could maybe be a step in the right direction. I want that. I do. But, maybe 7.2 will be totally different. Maybe it's going to be something really crazy and, like, really well written. I don't know. I don't know. I cannot foresee the future. I can only talk about what I have already seen and what I am feeling right now. That was what I could do. But it's crazy to expect people to stay subbed, like, just out of, you know, hopium. I think players do this every year, complain about no content, and then we get content. Some leave, some stay. Only time I felt bad was in Walker. No zone, just tomes was really bad. Do people complain every year? Yes. But I feel like people have been complaining about some of the same things for multiple years. And some of those same things have been gradually getting worse because things aren't being done about the same things people are complaining about. So it makes sense that people would keep complaining about the same things that still haven't been fixed. That makes a lot of sense. If you don't fix it, people will keep complaining about it every time. So yeah, every time people are like, I don't have anything to do. Yeah. Well, it was a fantastic video. And I'm really glad Lucy made it. And I appreciate the shout out. But wish you had included FFXAV submarine guild generation. Sending out 4 subs per FC and selling the items to NPCs generates 450,000 guild per day. What? There are people with 20 plus FCs making millions daily for doing nothing, while at the same time, houses are being taken away from busy servers. Oh my god. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. Damn. Wish it wasn't like this. Wish it wasn't like this, but here we are. I feel the big difference is that this time, the people that left are the people that usually always stayed. It's not the usual, I take a break every couple of months, but the most dedicated players that left this time. This is the difference. Well, what I didn't really think was a good sign was that we lost a lot of players and content creators that came to the game during the WoW Exodus. And I understand that there's going to be fall off after COVID. That's normal. That happened in every game and everywhere. But I felt like the retention after that really could have been improved. We could have kept more people. And I have actually, this is a reason why okay, let me just give you an example. I was talking about this as a problem. I said, hey guys, I think it's kind of an issue that we've lost all the content creators that we gained during that era, and it's like sad. And someone actually said, oh, so you care, you're just mad because content creators can't make money? They literally said this. No. I'm not even them. I'm talking about other people. They don't give me their money. This is exactly what I'm talking about and why it's so exhausting to even discuss the game. Because every time I do, I got somebody who's like, says something absolutely insane that's in defense of it, that I just cannot imagine why you would do this. Why? Do you not think that's a problem? That all the content creators left that joined. And you think I only care? God, why? I'm tired of like even like entertaining this bullshit, you know? God. It's like, if you can't address the problem, just think of any other crazy thing you can think of. to tell them to get them to shut up. It's tiring. It's just not fun to have a discussion when this is going on. So I limit the time that I spend in the game pretty heavily, and the time I stream it pretty heavily. I'm streaming it on occasion, but yeah. It's hard to measure, even personal level, what made them, or me, leave FF14. Yes, it's complication of several frustrations. I generally, if you need the house in the game that bad, then you think having a house is enough to stay subbed. I do not think that just unsub and try again when you come back. What? Unsub a house should not be the reason you stay subbed. Okay. I've been playing since 1.0. It feels like the devs have the 1.0 devs mentality right now. Well, I think that probably what will happen is things won't change until they are significantly losing money. So if they're making money right now at an acceptable rate to them, then nothing will change. Yeah, like I don't think that they're gonna make nothing's gonna be that different as long as they're still profiting off of the game. Okay. So there was another video I might check out here. Oh, that's the wrong channel. I might as well do it all one day. Oh. Zep, do you think the dungeon template will be the same by the end of the current 10-year story arc? I hope not. What's concerning is that I have to think about that. That's actually the fact I had to really, I really have to wonder. And I think there's a solid chance that the dungeon template will be the same and after 10 years from now. I feel like that's not good. That's not good. Consider leaving a comment on her vid. I will. I will say you've been the FF content creator I've looked up to the most. You never shy away from criticizing the game you love, and really were the voice for change. For others to have courage to speak out. I hope better things are on the horizon. Same. And I appreciate you saying that. I have really made an effort to be honest here with you all the time. And I've tried to be kind as well. Especially in the way that I talk about the devs. I mean, I understand that they could be doing better right now, but I also understand that they're humans. And I don't know everything that goes on behind the scenes there. I do have compassion for them, and I do have empathy for them in whatever is happening. Like, I don't have all that details. And, you know, in this video, Lucy said, don't pity the devs. And I don't think pity is the right word, but I think having empathy and consideration for them as they try to navigate the future is not bad to have. But honestly, lately, Generic Gamer, thank you for subbing. Appreciate that. Lately, Yoshi P has sounded more like people who blindly dismiss criticism. He sounds like one of these people now, to me. The ways that he talks about the feedback that he's received. So that's a reason, part of the reason why I have so little hope at the moment. I have a super hot take where I don't think the devs understand how to make a good MMO anywhere near as well as Blizzard understands it. There's just not enough to do in FF. It's too linear and limited. You play through the story and that's it. I mean, the game, as you play it, leveling is so completely different from the game you have when you're done. When you're leveling, I would say it's pretty fantastic. If you're going through the story for the first time, all those dungeons can be done with AI now. And it's a pretty solid, I think, single-player role-playing game experience. With the exception of the story taking a dive in Dawntrail, outside of that, like, as a game, that's a story experience, I'd say it's pretty solid to do. It's very entertaining, and you can do it whenever you want. You can dip in and out of that anytime you want. I think for that time, it's pretty good. The problem is when you get to endgame, and the endgame just doesn't really have a lot of options for different kinds of players, like World of Warcraft does these days. Yep. Is it really valid criticism when players with thousands or tens of thousands of hours are the ones claiming there is nothing to do? Let me think about this. So this question assumes that because I've played for thousands of hours, I've already done stuff that should have been keeping me entertained, but now doesn't because I did too much of it. So, by this logic, do you think that there should be a point that you reach when you can just you run out of things to do as a player? Like, assuming that's true, which is, you know, debatable. Do you think that that's good? That, okay, players who've played for thousands of hours and are super dedicated, one day they'll reach a day when they won't be able to play anymore. And they'll run out. Would that be okay? And in a live service MMO that you pay $15 a month for, you pay every month. Ongoing. It's not like, you know, a single player game where you paid and you know, you spent thousands of hours in it. No shit, you ran out of things to do in it. You paid and like you lived it up. You did everything you could. Like at a certain point it makes sense. You would run out of content there. I think with a live service MMO that has a subscription fee attached to it, there's an obligation for them to release new things that are exciting all the time. Like with the expansions at least, and with the patches, there should always be something like fun that you could do. But that's my that's probably a crazy take. I don't know, it's a pretty controversial take. I know, it's crazy. I have 11,000 hours now. There is stuff to do, but not stuff I would like to do. Yeah, I mean, really, it's my fault. It's my fault because I don't want to max out every beast tribe. Yeah, I don't know if my criticism is even valid because I haven't leveled every job to max. And I haven't done every single role quest. So maybe you shouldn't listen to me. I haven't done every side quest. And there's those. So yeah, I guess I didn't unlock every minion. I haven't done every achievement. Ah, God. Just doesn't matter what game you're talking about. If you have 10,000 active play hours, you're gonna run out of content. It's not reasonable to expect that much content from any game. Well, let me tell you something. I have, across my World of Warcraft accounts, probably close to 20,000 hours. I've been playing World of Warcraft for 20 years. Okay, I started in 2004, and I have been playing obsessively for 20 fucking years. And do you know that I still have so much to do that I can't even think of all the, like, I feel like I never have enough time in the day to do all the things that I want to do. So, how about that? That's weird. It's weird how the other game does have a lot of choices for me. But I guess, you know, I've just played too much in 14. Can I get examples of content in WoW that keeps you 100% engaged to log in every day? Oh yeah. I've been doing delves. I've been leveling different classes. I've been playing different specs. I've been trying different hero specs. I have been collecting glamour transmogs. I've been collecting mounts. I have done Mythic Plus. Actually, I haven't even had time to start Mythic Plus because I've been too busy doing raids. Been doing the raids. Normal raids. I haven't even started Mythic Plus. I need to do that. In fact, resets tomorrow, so I better do my I better do my delves today so that my vault will be really good to open tomorrow. Yeah, I have a ton to do. There's reputations to do. There's renown to do. That's all new stuff. So, isn't that the same thing you do in 14? Well, all the things that I've just listed are new things that just came out in the past couple of months. It's not like to do that in FF14, like collect glams, like to have all of that content, you're asking me to reach into the entire history of the entire game and like go back and do old content from expansions past. What you're asking me to do. But I can do all that with current content because there's just more content. There's more to do. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. The thing is, I'm not trying to, like, I just wanted to point out the fact that I've been playing WoW for 20 years and I still have a lot to do every day. And it's exciting and it's fun. And there's new things all the time coming up that's fresh, new, current. And that's a priority for them. So there's more new content and there's no new content in FF. So that's the difference. They constantly put out new content. That's all. I just don't agree with the take that if you spent thousands of hours in a game, then you should run out of things to do. Even if it's a live service MMO that you pay $15 a month, that you're expecting fresh things in return for the money you spend every month. That's my opinion. We're on the same rate after 9 months. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I mean, just think how much value you're getting nowadays from 14 versus WoW based on the game price and sub price. They're similar in price, but there's a clear winner on content variety and engagement. Correct. WoW is designed to be addictive, to be fair. That was Bobby Kotick's whole thing. Keep people on the MTX treadmill. I'm not saying FFXAV is perfect by any means, but I appreciate I don't feel like I have to spend my entire gaming existence in it either. To that, I will say that it's really not like that now. We can't really use that argument against WoW anymore as of War Within because it's very low effort. Like, delves that I was mentioning, I can get 3 delves done, which is going to take me, I don't know, under an hour, 20, 30 minutes, 30 minutes-ish, once a week. And I will be totally geared, like heroic raid gear. Or actually, no, I can get mythic raid gear from doing that. For like under an hour of my time in a week. I can do that. I don't think that's crazy amount of time it's asking you to do. If you care about gearing up. But you don't even have to do that. Like, you can choose how much time you put in. So, it's not like that now. We can't use these arguments. The reason I say this, I feel like it's important to point out that we can't say the same things we used to in comparing these games like we did in the WoW Exodus, because the game's changed a lot and they've improved a lot since that time. And they have, what I'm saying is, Blizzard devs played FF14 and they went back to WoW and massively improved their game based on what they've seen in FF14. And it shows. What I'm trying to tell you is that World of Warcraft has evolved based on what they've seen from FF14. But FF14 has not done that. They haven't done the reverse. That's why I'm shouting from the rooftops about this. That's why I'm vocal about this. Because I see the other game evolve, and I'm not seeing this one evolve, but it needs to. And if we keep acting like it hasn't evolved, and it's still the same game that it was back in Shadowlands, or before, and we repeat the same things that just aren't true anymore, we're not doing any service to this game that needs to keep up. That's what I'm saying. This game has got to catch up. And it's like, look around, look what they did. Like, you think the player housing, which made a huge stir here, about how they're adding player housing now with the neighborhoods where you can keep your house forever, and it has neighborhoods, that made a huge stir. But that's just one small example of all the ways that they've learned from what they've seen. You know, these are devs that like FF14 too. And we can't just act like it's not giving you a lot of variety and a lot of value for your sub fee, because the sub fee is also the same. Yeah. FF14 just copies all the positive things from WoW. Then the only reason to play one game over the other is a preference for the graphical style. What? Okay, when I say that FF14 learned positive things from, WoW learned positive things from FF14. Okay. What I'm saying is, they took their existing model and improved upon it to make a better game that's great and fun, but still WoW, but is inspired by 14 in different ways that make it better. Doesn't mean that both games same now. Doesn't mean that they're the same. They're still different, but they're learning from each other, right? Well, one's learning from the other. Do you think Yoshi P not being on the board anymore will add to 14? I don't know.
Same, but different.
I don't know. Matra Avalon, thank you for the 41-month resub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. I get the distinct feeling that WoW introduced the trading post as a response to FF14's cosmetic variety. Well, yeah, I felt like they did start to add cutesy little outfits. That wasn't a thing in WoW before. But I feel like that's something they've seen that we like a lot in FF14. We get these like cute little mini skirts and this like fashionable, cute stuff. Glamour that's just cutesy. We started to get so much of that now in WoW. I never imagined we would get this kind of like butterfly outfits before. Now we do. Yeah. And that is something that really felt inspired by FF14 to me. Like these heart the cutesy heart top with the mini skirts. Now we have multiple mini skirts we could get. So, yeah. I love the trading posts. Same. Combat in WoW in 14 feels very different. Yes, the games are very different still, but competition in the marketplace ideally will help different games improve. And everybody will learn something from each other. But so far, I'm only really seeing that go in one direction. So.
Less than three, less than three, less than three.
Mari Strider, thank you for the 17-month resub. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Oh my god, it's almost 3 o'clock? No way! Okay, we gotta move on. Gotta move on. Oh my god. Maybe I won't watch this other video today because it's also really long. It's super long. Yep. Okay. Hurts even more knowing Riot Games reset their MMO progress. Oh my god, I know. I heard about that. It sucks. We need more solid MMOs in the space. Now, I heard that Elder Scrolls Online is supposed to be doing a lot of big changes this
Chino
year.
100 Profile Maker says all I want is a toot emote that if you highlight someone in game and do the emote it would make the noise on the targeted person. Bunarchy at its best.
What happened with Riot? Their MMO, they completely started over with it, from what I understand. Yeah. They were working on it. Where's my cat? He's been hiding. Boo Bear. Boo Boo. Boo. Hey. He's hiding. Boo Boo. I need to check on him. He got really scared because before the stream started, I opened the window for a little bit because it was really stuffy in here, and he got scared. And it was also loud outside. I think he heard some loud, scary noises, and it spooked him really bad. Let me go check. Yeah. Boo Boo. Boo. Hey. You okay? Little man. Don't be scared. Okay, he's fine. Be right back. Gonna get some water. Okay, I'm back. I noticed there was some bunarchy. Sorry, I had a phone call while I got up. I apologize. It was gone a little longer than I expected, which led to more bunarchy than should have happened. As punishment for this, I stayed up all night. Am I muted? No, not. I stayed up all night wondering where the sun went. And then it dawned on me. I have another Dawn joke for Dawntrail Day. Why? This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Why do people who live in Greece hate waking up at dawn? Because dawn is tough on Greece. Because the dawn's so... That's their motto. God, that was horrible. That was horrible. That was actually so bad. I found a book called How to Solve 50% of Your Problems. So I bought 2. Actually need that. Actually not a bad idea. Mountain Dews? I'm out. I don't have any Mountain Dews. Yeah. I have only Coke Zeros with True Lime in it. True Lime packet. That's all I got. I did get some water though, believe it or not. I did. So there's this other video. I might as well, I mean shit, why not? Might as well watch it. Yep. Might as well buckle in for the long haul. Zep, have you checked out the new patch in Guild Wars 2? I have not, but I am interested. I am interested. I haven't played it in a while, and I have been thinking about it. I did love my Sylvari. Sylvari are super cool people you can be in Guild Wars that are made of plants, and that's pretty sick. New patch tomorrow. Oh, really? Y'all gotta give me some links. The die system. I have played Guild Wars 2. I went through the first, the base game story. I haven't done any expansion stories yet, but I think that would be really fun to do. Yeah. I need the link for info about that patch. I think today is actually Elder Scrolls Online patch, too. Are the Sylvari terrified of vegetarians? Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Let's check this next video here. That was linked to me last week. Okay. This is a video from Synotic Scribe. It is also about the Dawntrail and the steady change in writing styles in Final Fantasy XIV. So I figured, why don't we just watch everything today? Let's go ahead and do that. Because I'm probably not... I probably won't stream FF14 again until the live letter on Friday. So today would be the day to do this. Unless I want to put it off for another week, which I'd rather not. Shino, I just told that joke as punishment. I just told that joke. Did you hear me? I did the dawned on me joke. Okay. Steady change in writing styles, then FF14 from Synotic Scribe. Let's take a look. Oh no, you missed it.
Good day, everyone.
Okay. Okay.
Good day, everyone.
There we go.
It should be no surprise to those who've been playing or following Final Fantasy XIV's newest expansion that a sizable amount of people aren't entirely satisfied with either the story, characters, set pieces, or some combination of these and other things. But why? As an MMO, Final Fantasy XIV has been widely regarded as having one of the best stories for the genre, and yet many would be able to turn their backs on the newest expansion's narrative before it even finished. Today, I'm not here to tell people whether they're right or wrong to enjoy the story of an expansion. Today, I want to apply literary analysis to Final Fantasy XIV to try to explain the how and why behind its current reception. How the use of certain narrative devices over the past decade allowed many players to fall in love with the setting, and how those same players are starting to feel the absence of those methods.
Okay.
So of course, beware of
Interesting.
spoilers if you care about such things.
What was I about to say? Oh, he's mentioned that some people fell off before they even finished. And I think that probably would have been me. If I weren't streaming it, I doubt I would have made it past collecting the banana peels. I think that's probably where I would have fallen off. Most likely. I definitely, like, I thought about it. I thought, do I need to continue? Oh, yeah, because I'm streaming it. And this is actually, I have a YouTube channel about the game, so I really need to finish the story. But it didn't even cross my mind to stop during the banana peels section. I think the banana peels section might have been the most bored I have ever felt in my life. I don't think of it. Well, while playing a game. Yeah. While playing a game, I was bored. I've been pretty bored.
As always, I am the Synodic
The Zipperkabil, yeah.
Scribe. Join me today as I use literary analysis to explain some of the methods, techniques, and tropes within the expansions of Final Fantasy XIV. And if you enjoyed today's video, be sure to subscribe for all things lore and literature at a later date. For now, we will go over every complete expansion as well as how it was received during that time.
Okay.
I'll do my best to cover and explain some of the
This is like a
observable
history.
writing methods and choices during those expansions as well.
Okay,
Understand
cool.
that this video could not fit every single detail around the subplots, character arcs, and so on. We're covering the broad strokes here, so if you would like a more detailed breakdown of certain things, you'll have to ask for that in the comment section after this video. But without further ado, we'll start at the beginning. Well, the beginning for most players, A Realm Reborn. What people need to understand is that a noticeable chunk of the lore and writing for 1.0 was either abandoned, changed, or entirely removed as the narrative transitioned to A Realm Reborn. So, while 1.0 is indeed the true start of Final Fantasy XIV as an MMO, it is not the start of the writing techniques we'll be discussing today.
Okay.
So, how did players react to the story and events of A Realm Reborn? At the time, it was understandably mixed. Many people were simply happy to hear properly voiced cutscenes, as well as engaging with a world and setting that felt like a lot of care and focus was put into it. And yet, when many players look back at A Realm Reborn in hindsight, they're quick to tell you that it was bloated, slow, and wasn't very well paced. And I will agree that in some places, that indeed was the case. Now, what if I told you that was by design? That many of those methods were taken on purpose? We have to understand that all of the characters and quests in A Realm Reborn was written during a time of uncertainty.
What?
While this expansion is celebrated as the beginning of a new age for Final Fantasy XIV, it was also a time of great anxiety and long hours for those writing and working on this game.
True.
Many of the characters, arcs, and subplots
They had to rush it because they were working like insane hours trying to get the game fixed in an extremely limited span of time. And the fact that they pulled it off at all is a freaking miracle. And so it's natural. And I think we tend to be pretty forgiving a lot of the problems with Realm Reborn's writing. But I liked Realm Reborn. Like, of course, there was a point when it dragged, but Realm Reborn is what got me hooked on the game. Like, I didn't think I would like this game at all. I went in expecting to hate it. I expected to hate it. Okay? And after 3 days of playing Realm Reborn content, Realm Reborn story, I was just in love. Why? Because I loved the writing. I felt like there was so much interesting and different character voices. Every character sounded completely different to me. And I felt like this was a rich world with so much lore to learn about, and that I'd only glimpsed the surface of it through what I had seen. I was just fascinated by different, like the politics of the different places, seeing Alice and Alphino, and I felt like I could relate very much to Alice and her take on like being disillusioned with all this political posturing that we had seen at meetings like the one shown in this cutscene here. And it pulled me in. And then you get inducted to this secret society and they're like telling you all this crazy stuff about the world. It was captivating. It was captivating. Why? Well, because it seemed like there was a lot of love that they put into it. There was passion that was clear to see. I didn't feel like what I read in quests and what characters were telling me were hints and clues into a deeper and broader world. It wasn't like how I felt lately, where everything you hear is everything that there is to know. Like, what you find out, what characters say, this is the full story and the full truth, and you shouldn't think about anything else or even think too hard about it. It's not like... It almost feels like an opposite now as compared to how I felt originally. It feels very shallow now. And previously, with Realm Reborn writing, you're getting a glimpse of a surface of a deep, deep lore and world. I don't know if that makes
Experienced
sense.
within a Realm Reborn were done so not only to move the plot forward, but also to seed the narrative with potential new plot threads for the future. What do I mean by that? For example, take the 3 starting city-states.
Okay.
Your initial encounters in the game were determined by which of the 3 starting countries you end up in. It also determined which of the scions you met as well. Thancred for Ul'dah, Y'shtola for Limsa Lominsa, and Ida and Papalymo being in Gridania. Each starting zone teaches you a bit about the region, its politics, and more. But the scions are the ones who start to open up the player to a potentially wider world and scheme as they investigate the turning of the age. Essentially, the first half of the base story gives you a reason to care about Eorzea and choose which city-state to pledge yourself to, and the second half of the base story primarily revolves around fighting back against the Garlean invasion. But notice that this isn't where the plot threads revolving around the starting zones are resolved. It isn't until the post-story of A Realm Reborn that the threads created for Ul'dah are addressed, becoming a focal point of the new narrative before ultimately transitioning into the next expansion,
Right.
Heavensward.
Right.
But while Ul'dah's story might have come to a head, Limsa and Gridania did not. In fact, it wasn't until many years later in a completely different expansion that the plot threads laid out for Limsa Lominsa would finally be addressed.
Well, it felt like that was done because we needed a good reason to be welcomed in from the cold leading into Ishgard. So it just so happened that Ul'dah in particular was the perfect place to set up that conflict that would put us on a track to Ishgard to be like on the run as fugitives, essentially. That makes the most sense. That's where that would happen.
In Gridania, the only starting zone whose plot hasn't entirely been resolved ever since A Realm Reborn.
True.
But the plot surrounding Gridania isn't the only one that has gone untouched.
Elementals.
In fact, many plots within A Realm Reborn.
Oh, God. But then they were like, oh, Elementals, it's just Nofika's creations. God, that's so annoying. I kept doing that in Endwalker. Why did they feel the need to wrap up everything in a little bow? Can we have some mysteries left? Damn. I wanted the Elementals to be like mysterious, sometimes good, sometimes bad. They like forces that would they're interesting, but they're like, oh, it's just Nofika's pets or whatever. Like, be good. God.
Haven't been resolved and likely never will. Why? Because the writers were trying to future-proof their work. The writers weren't trying to weave a complete and tidy narrative so much as they were ensuring that they had things to write stories around at a later date.
True, yeah.
Take
that's
the
right.
Ascians, for example.
Okay, that
There's
makes
a
sense.
reason the Ascians are cartoonishly evil in A Realm Reborn and slowly evolve into the victims of betrayal they are later. In A Realm Reborn, the writers hadn't decided what exactly to do with the Ascians just yet. Backstories like with Emmet Selk hadn't even been conceptualized, leaving the reasons and actions of these villains to be just ambiguous enough to expand upon at a later date.
Right.
Indeed, it is a very
Mystery.
common writing technique to introduce a concept or idea in one chapter and then fully explain it many chapters later.
Yeah, they gave themselves a bunch of different mysteries that they could then later expand upon. They did that multiple times. And this gave them fertile ground to sow the seeds of the future with. So they were always had a long-term plan, is what you're saying, right?
Because quite often, the writer in question has not even decided if they want that thing to be important, or if it does become
Right.
important, why. That is the primary reason A Realm Reborn feels very bloated and slow. The writers weren't just trying to tell a story, they were laying out dozens of potential plot threads that they could come back to at any time.
Yeah.
Essentially, the writing
That's fair.
team was having to pull double duty. Not only did they have to tell you a complete story, but they had to give you a reason to come back and continue adventuring later on. I cannot understate
Okay.
how tricky this method of writing and story structure is when compared to a more plot-to-plot main quest. Did some of the events during the main story drag on longer than necessary? Yes. Could running back and forth between the same NPCs have been reduced to just a few interactions? Absolutely.
It's a cheese quest.
But I myself am
Yes.
prepared to give the writing of A Realm Reborn a lot of slack, simply because of how much work the team was having to put into this story with no guarantee of success. Remember, at the time, they didn't know Final Fantasy XIV was about to enter its Renaissance age, so the writers were working extra hard for no guaranteed payoff. But ultimately, this is why a lot of A Realm Reborn's story feels unnecessary or forgotten, because they were doing everything in their power to cover as many bases as possible until ultimately reaching their first big expansion.
That makes a lot of sense. So they're laying the groundwork for the
Heaven's
future.
Word, to this day, is considered one of the best stories Final Fantasy XIV has to offer, and that isn't a coincidence.
Hell yeah.
If A Realm
Heaven's
Reborn
Word.
was a Hail Mary, then Heaven's Word was a precision strike. Remember how I said that A Realm Reborn was throwing out plot threads willy-nilly and
Right.
failed to address most of them? No.
Right. We had so many mysteries that they introduced in Realm Reborn. We had the 12. We had Elementals. We had Ascians. Garlemald, and all those different... Garlemald is a whole gigantic, like, knot of a million other threads that they could have done. Every city-state had its own, like, the pirate stuff going on in Limsa. Merlewhip, that was actually covered. You know, the kobold stuff, the beast tribe stuff going on. So yeah, there was much and more for them to expand upon. Yes, the primals, the mysteries of ether. Lost civilizations of the past, like Nim, another example.
Now, compare that writing method to Heavensward. Instead of bouncing between multiple countries and cultures, you're rooted to Ishgard. Not only that, but the post-story of Heavensward wasn't a different tale from what was already told in the base game. It was a continuation.
Right.
Allow me to explain. When you arrive within Ishgard at the start of the expansion, it's the story's job to not only inform you as to what living in Ishgard is like, but why the country is in its current state. Something the writers did very well, contrasting the struggles of those living in the Broom to the few elites sitting pretty at Ishgard's top. The nobles were both figuratively and literally above the commoners, with the church being even higher than them.
Emmerich. Hey. So, in 8.0, which is totally going to be Heavensward 2, by the way, we'll venture with Emmerich, right? Finally. We'll have Emmerich and Erenville in the party. If you do this, I won't complain about 8.0, even if it's bad. So long as you actually have me with these people and we don't split off every time there's a meeting with the group. That's what I said before Dawntrail came out, right? I was like, oh my god, this is the Bunny Boy expansion. I don't even care if the story is bad. This is going to be the one with the Bunny Boy. I'll be with Erenville. And yeah, the part where I was with Erenville was banging. I loved that part. In Texas. But the rest of the time, I wasn't with Erenville. He was gone doing some other bullshit. I always got paired off and he was somewhere else away. But anyway, about Heavensward. Man. Heavensward is so banging. You know what was really good about Heavensward, looking back on it today, with the eyes of today, with the Dawntrail eyes, is that it was so messed up. They did not shy away from a messed up shit going on in Ishgard. It was like so dark. Gritty. I loved it. Like, the church is being so corrupt. There was main characters who died that I loved. It was great. Yes. Okay, anyway.
Not only that, a few sneaky cutscenes involving the Archbishop and some Ascians informs you that not all is well with the leadership.
Yes.
Thus, over the course of the expansion, you're given plenty of time to get to know and care about all these characters because you're stuck here. Instead of the writing bouncing between different cultures, you're getting some intimate time with Kurthus and Dravania, with the story rarely pulling your attention away from Eorzea's northwest. This focus on one place, one section of the world map, is what allowed many players to form an attachment to the zones and characters within it.
But not only that, it was also a sentimental feeling they got out of you by the way they introduced the area and the way you felt arriving in Ishgard. That was so smart, the way they did it, by setting it up as some really bad stuff just happened in Ul'dah. You need to get out. You need somewhere to go. And you're out in this freezing lands of Kurthus. And it shows in the CGI trailer. And you see Ishgard. And like you meet Haurchefant, who is like this incredibly warm person. Of course, you met Haurchefant in Patches before Heavensward. But what I was saying, I'm just talking about the overall story. Okay. They bring you in to Ishgard. And it's like you're in from the cold. This feels like a refuge. You feel like an instantly this is a place where I can spend some time, and I feel welcomed by Haurchefant, and I feel connected to these people already because of their willingness to take me in at a time when I really needed it, and I felt like I had nowhere else to go. What a fantastic start. Really strong, solid start. And the stakes were obviously pretty fucking clear and high when you're being attacked by a dragon horde. There was no question about what are the stakes, what matters, what can I even do here? There wasn't any ambiguity about that. There's dragons attacking. I think there's an idea of what you can probably do to help.
Not only does the writing pull you in, but it keeps you there while still giving you new stories to care about.
Yes.
And even taking away some things to keep the stakes raised. To many players, losing Haurchefant hurt so much more than losing someone like Moonbrita, because Heavensward took its time with him. Moonbrita was unfortunately killed off almost as soon as she arrives, removing any potential weight for her loss. You can actually apply this logic to character deaths in a lot of stories and movies as well. Nobody cares if a nameless, faceless grunt dies, but if I tell you his name is Todd, he's an only child and only joined the Garlean military for the benefits his sick mother needs to survive. Hold on, I can do better. He's on the ground, writhing in pain, begging you not to kill him for his family's sake. Suddenly, a lot of players wouldn't feel so good about offing Todd. But that's what this expansion did very well. Heavensward was one of the few
That's a show don't tell situation.
times in Final Fantasy XIV's various expansions that it focuses on one location, one vision, one thing, and that...
Actually, one sec. Shit, I'm not gonna be able to find this quickly. What was the name of that guy in Dawntrail who was the goldsmith? Who was an extremely convenient person that he got to Tuliolal with you. He was an Elizan. What was his name? Can you help me out? It wasn't Todd. It was not Todd.
Minute 3309 says Sphere.
It wasn't Speed. Come on. Oh, you got it. Fange. Yes.
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
Oh my god. Fange. That's not how you spell it, but that's close. I think I found it. Fangentine. Okay. There was something relevant I wanted to look at here. Because when you talk to him...
Mute.
Okay, right. Okay, I remember now. So, Fontaine. This is in Dawntrail. You meet this character, Fontaine, who tells you that his dad was killed by Garleans. But I felt no emotional attachment and no emotional response to that information at all whatsoever. Because, like, I don't know if I was meant to, or if this was just to show us that's why he loves peace. Because his dad was killed by Garleans. But when you just say things and you don't show anything, you just say, just yapping without showing anything, it's hard to care. And this is something that we didn't really have an issue with in Heavensward. Yes, you remember that?
Was Ishgard and the
Okay, let me
Dragon
back up a
Song
little bit, let me back
times in Final Fantasy XIV's various expansions that it focuses on one location, one vision, one thing, and that was Ishgard and the Dragon Song lore. It takes its time with both Kurthus and Dravania, letting you as the player feel things out and get a better understanding of what's going on at your own pace, never giving you more information than is necessary.
Right.
And as I said before, the story isn't over after the base MSQ. Sure, you dealt with the root of Ishgard's corruption by taking out the Archbishop, but you've just upended their entire social structure, meaning you're going to have to deal with the fallout of your actions as well as the end of the Dragonsong War by defeating Nidhogg once and for all. Heavensward is a complete story, from base to post. Everything that happens matters, feeling like one long and epic tale over the course of 2 years. Now,
Do you remember when a priest tried to throw a child off of a building? In Heavensward? It was a different era. I just feel like they were willing to do some more crazy shit than they're willing to do now.
by contrast, we move on to Stormblood, which is unfortunately considered to be one of the weakest stories in Final Fantasy XIV by a lot of people. Remember how a lot of the love players have for Ishgard comes from the fact that the story stayed focused on Northern Eorzea for most of the expansion? Well, Stormblood boldly decided to have the main character ping-pong between two completely different locations in both the base and post-expansion. As you can see, this was a style of writing that didn't pay off for a lot of the viewers, at least the Western viewers, as Stormblood's reputation might not be as brutal as it used to be, but still isn't seen as great in the eyes of a lot of players. Imagine for a moment, if Stormblood were to follow Heavensward's example, then the base expansion would have stayed focused on something like the Far East and Doma, with the climax of that fight eventually leading to the liberation.
Okay. I remember playing Stormblood. And I remember thinking that it wasn't great because it was a ton of bureaucratic yapping. Like, it was a lot of people talking about political stuff and world building that I personally just felt like I didn't need to be involved in those conversations as an adventurer. I also felt like Lise, they didn't show enough of her inner world and her inner struggle. But at no point, although I didn't love the Stormblood, at no point while I was playing it, and I'm talking about the base game only, at no point did I think to myself, oh my god, this should have never been shipped. This is completely unacceptable and does not even meet the bare minimum of quality that I would expect from this team. At no point did I think that. I thought, well, it insists upon itself a little bit and it has some pacing issues. But it's nowhere near the situation that we have today. Like, I remember feeling like I'm just tough on Stormblood because they've set such a high bar. So, it was just maybe not my favorite, but it wasn't like a disaster.
And freedom of Alamiga
Yeah,
in
I still felt like it was the same game.
the post-expansion.
Yeah.
That way, the players stay focused on one location at a time instead of having their attention split over and over again.
Exactly.
The longer and more drawn-out writing styles of Heavensward don't work in an expansion where you're yanked back to a completely different place the moment you're starting to get comfortable within a region. Now, that's not to say that Stormblood doesn't have its
God, it's just now, this feels like such petty complaints that we had.
moments. After all, it created a pair of fan-favorite villains in the form of Yatsuyu and Xenos.
Yatsuyu, though.
And the story involving the Auspice was generally well received by most players, largely due to the mysteries surrounding a samurai named Tenzin. So it's not that strong.
Yatsuyu had such a fantastic character arc. Like, say what you want about the amnesia as a plot device or whatever, but man, the way that when we learned about her backstory, we learned about what she'd been through, and we seen the resolution of all of that with the Tsukuyomi fight. That was some of the best content that I've seen in this game ever. Like, that kind of redeemed Stormblood completely. The whole Tsukuyomi thing was just absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. Incredible. It was so dark as well. Her story was maybe one of the most dark in the entire game. But it feels like it's from a different game looking back on it now. She was in a lot of ways a victim of how fucked up the world is. I only wish that she'd been born in Tyrol, where there's no problems. Then there would have never been a Tsukiyomi. There would have never been a Yatsu there, because they don't have problems. No one's bad. So
Stormblood didn't have a good story to tell. It was awkwardly paced between two different places. But what is pacing within a story? You can think of pacing in literature as the tempo of a tale, much like how the beat and build up within a song is necessary to hook its listeners. It doesn't matter if it's classical music or modern EDM.
Okay, we're good.
If you
Sorry.
spend too much time on a crescendo or wait too long to drop that bass, your audience isn't going to be as enthralled as they could have been. Music is all about good timing. And the same thing can be said for literature. Spending too much time on unnecessary plot hooks and too little time on what actually matters can make the pacing of a story feel unfulfilling. Good pacing is all about marching the story to the beat of a narrative drum in order to keep the audience entertained. For example, take the Meanwhile in Garlemald cutscenes sprinkled throughout the story.
Yeah.
These events are never longer than they need to be, existing only to give the player some healthy exposition while also teeing up other plots and characters you will experience at a later date. These cutscenes keep the players informed without dragging on unnecessarily. But the biggest problem with Stormblood's pacing was that the exact moment many players began to get comfortable with a zone like the Far East, they were quickly pulled away to another location like Alamigo. Instead of taking its time with certain characters and locales, the pacing was rushed to cover all the necessary details at a rapid rate. By contrast, it's no surprise that many players preferred Heavensward, because that story took its time and remained focused.
It's so crazy how the first time we saw this cutscene, no one cared about this guy. Everyone's like, this is this guy. Who cares? I don't know. This is weird dude he's talking to. I remember at the end of a patch, you would get the Meanwhile in Garlemald text. And it was just so hype. You'd see some mysterious, cryptic shit that you'd be like, oh, can't wait. Find out what that means. It was always so exciting. It was such a cliffhanger every time. And then we'd spend months speculating.
On familiar people and locations. You weren't just experiencing a zone in Ishgard, you were experiencing the whole of Ishgard. Meanwhile, with Stormblood, you weren't experiencing the whole.
Yeah, it's not a bad cutscene. I'm just saying that remembering it, and when we first were introduced to him, we didn't really know what to make of him. And then not long after that, being completely obsessed.
Of either the
That's
Far
just
East
good writing.
or Alamigo, because your attention was never set. Which brings me to the next most popular expansion on our list. Shadowbringers was extremely well received by the player base of Final Fantasy XIV, so much so that debates as to whether it's better than Heavensward are still held by some players to this day.
It is.
And yet, these comparisons to Heavensward aren't a massive coincidence when you observe how the story is structured.
It is, though.
Shadowbringers takes place on the First Reflection, and almost entirely on the First Reflection. If Shadowbringers were like Stormblood, the main character would have been bouncing back and forth between the First and the Source over and over again. But that wasn't the case. The narrative kept its roots in one region, allowing the player to take their time and liberally explore these new zones under the assertion that they were all meaningfully connected. Which they were, for the most part, and it's because of the consistent pacing in this story that characters such as Emet-Selch and Ardbert became fan favorites.
Yeah.
Emet-Selch never lingered longer than necessary. He would come in, deliver some exposition, or deliver a witty line, and then eventually he would slowly remove himself from the story and return to an observing position.
Come back.
Compare that to someone like Wook Lamont in Dawntrail, who is introduced to the story, and then the story only focuses on them. Emmet Selk never allows you to think that the story is about him. He keeps the focus on you.
Come back.
In Dawntrail, the story is no longer about you, the Warrior of Light. It is about another character that the cutscenes keep focusing on.
One thing that people will often say is that Dawntrail is about a new place and new characters. So that's the reason that people don't like it. But that's not true, because Shadowbringers took us to a new planet, a new shard, really, with new characters. And there were many people that we met for the first time there that quickly became fan favorite characters. There's countless characters like this that you could say that from Shadowbringers that we met. Lise, oh sorry, Lena, I meant to say. I still have Lise on the brain from the Stormblood section. Lena, Chais, Faye-Ul, even Tesseline, really. There's just so many. We met, Crystal Exart is essentially a new character. In personality, demeanor, everything, really. Reen, Gaia, countless. And it's all new. So you can't be like, oh, well, it's just that you wanted to be with... It's just that it was all new. So that's not... It's just that the script was very, very polished. The script is very clean.
This is a stark difference in character interactions over a broader narrative. Sure, with Emmet Selk, you knew that you were going to have to fight him at some point, but the story made sure you clearly understood the why behind his mania beforehand. And yet, it wasn't just the main story that Shadowbringers was praised for. Trial stories like The Sorrows of Werlit were equally praised for being one of the best side stories in Final Fantasy XIV's history, weaving both villains and allies into a brand new narrative that helped to continue fleshing out and progressing the events of the source, while the main story remained focused on its own narrative on the first. Two different stories in two different locations running side by side with one another, not unnecessarily meandering into one another over and over again.
One sec. In Werlit, with Werlit, wasn't the whole point of this weapon series that they thought that having the weapon would allow him to take over Garlemald? But at that point, Garlemald was already destroyed. I'm pretty sure. The timeline was questionable. I'm pretty sure everyone knew that Garlemald was destroyed at that point. Yep, it was at war. I'd have to go back and double check some of those. But yeah. Nero, okay, I'm not even gonna get this.
This is how side content should behave.
Garlemald was destroyed by the end of Shadowbringers, close to the end dungeon. Destroyed after Xenos came back.
Continuing the world and character building so that the main story's pacing isn't interrupted with the need to explain every little detail in the world. This allows the main scenario to breathe and again, take whatever time it needs. If it sounds like I'm getting repetitive with my emphasis on pacing and the efficient use of time, that's on purpose. Because unfortunately, despite how wonderfully written and received most of Shadowbringers was, this expansion marked the beginning of a lot of bad habits you're still experiencing 2 whole expansions later. But Scribe, I hear some asking, you just spent an entire paragraph praising Shadowbringers. How could it be the source of bad habits? Simple. It's because the expansion was praised so excessively that some of the worst of its writing direction was allowed to survive.
That is a hot take. Because Shadowbringers was praised so much, it allowed the worst writing direction to... What was the worst writing direction of Shadowbringers, in your opinion? I can see it. I think that's an interesting take.
Let's begin with the trailer and marketing
explain.
for Shadowbringers.
Okay.
Become the Warrior of Darkness was the headline. Dark Knight was the poster job for the expansion, and even the trailer showed the main character struggling to defeat their opponent until they embraced a power they'd long fought against, defeating light with darkness. And yet, all of this is false advertising. Because at no point in the story of Shadowbringers does the main character meaningfully learn of or use the powers of darkness within the narrative. In fact, your main character, more often than not, fights light with light. Even the final blow against Emmett Selk in the base story was dealt by a weapon of light, which begs the question as to why they were even calling this expansion Shadowbringers in the first place, much less advertise it in the way they did.
But we were symbolically the warrior of darkness because we brought back the night. So that's why we defeated the Sin Eaters. Not necessarily with waves of darkness, but it was all part of the mythos of what we did. So I think it's okay. Because symbolically it made sense. And I also think it's better that they didn't advertise that we're gonna defeat Sin Eaters with light, because that was a really cool plot twist. I thought that was really neat.
I had to lower my sub for a while. I'm sorry, Zep.
Nick, thank you very much for the 7-month resub. I really appreciate that. Final Eon, thank you for subbing as well. But yeah, I'm glad that they didn't make this super clear and they used symbology in the CGI, because it was very weird and cool to find out that you could like keep light within you and then use that. So in this case, it's completely okay, in my opinion.
And if you think this couldn't possibly be a bad habit that carried over to another expansion, look at Dawntrail. More often than not, Dawntrail was advertised as a sort of return to form for the Warrior of Light, a vacation for the main character after having saved the universe. But if the advertisements for this expansion were honest, the trailers would instead talk about how you, the Warrior of Light, hero of the hour, have now become the errand boy of a cat girl who's going to take up more screen time than some of the most popular characters in the entire MMO's life. Again, I don't understand these advertising methods. Do they think it's cute?
Oh my god.
I personally would love to hear from their marketing department at some point. And some might say that's a nitpick, and...
Okay. I mean, look, the CGI trailer for Dawntrail definitely gave me the impression that we would be like having a cool vacation with like maybe some, like we're gonna eat tacos, we're gonna look at some old relics like Stola did, we might fight some big monsters, we're gonna fight the big guy. It's gonna be chill, it's gonna be like fun, adventuring and stuff. And while I was playing Dawntrail, I did indeed think to myself, this isn't anything quite like the trailer. But you know what? They did actually advertise it well with the trailer. Because everything you see in the CGI trailer, it's in the game. It's just in the credits. it's like... I wish I was kidding. But literally... all that shit happens in the end credits for Dawntrail. So you can't say that it's false advertising because it totally did put it there. Just at the end.
Perhaps you're right. What's told...
It's almost like they forgot what they advertised. That's how I felt. And I'm like, did you guys forget what kind of a story you were supposed to make? As they just throw it all here.
Gold isn't always what's shown, regardless of the product.
Okay.
And advertising isn't an exact science. Unlike the Nier raid, which was a blatant advertisement. Ladies and gentlemen, I've nothing against the Nier franchise or Yoko Taro. In my opinion, the man's popularity is very well earned, and he is a fellow enjoyer of masks. I can respect this. However, at some point you gotta call it what it is, and this is a playable ad. Something to get 14 players into Nier, and Nier players into Final Fantasy XIV. But this isn't new for Square Enix. We're talking about a company that tried to sell us Cup Noodle in Final Fantasy XV. This would be like if Blizzard advertised Dragonflight, only to make one of the biggest raids of that expansion all about StarCraft 2. I might not play WoW, but I feel like that would make some people rant.
Oh man, people would be so mad if they pulled that shit. I don't know, maybe people would like it. Actually, maybe people would like that. We're gonna have a whole raid series for Midnight that's StarCraft 2 themed. Honestly, that was not that bad of an idea. I think people wouldn't care. I think with Nier it's fine. It would have been fine if the story was good. Copied Factory was absolutely phenomenal. Like, I have no complaints. Copied Factory, I like the story, I like the setting, I like the gameplay, I like the music. If only it had all been as good as that first one. But I felt like it kind of took a dive after that. So that's why, like, I don't know.
Ultimately, my point is that Shadowbringers demonstrated a noticeable increase in referential material over original ideas. The Alliance raid was dedicated to Nier, the 8-man raid was littered with Final Fantasy VIII references, and even the Sorrows of Rullet used the living weapons from Final Fantasy VII. I fully acknowledge that Final Fantasy XIV isn't unfamiliar with referencing other titles in the franchise. Even the Crystal Tower in A Realm Reborn is a massive Final Fantasy III reference. And every expansion since then has had its own similar material. And yet, as time goes on, you'd expect this kind of content to fade away and make room for more original writing. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all. At some point, you need to ask yourself, as a member of the audience,
But we got
are
Mists
you
of the Realm.
satisfied with a story and patches referencing other media over and over again? Or do you desire more original storytelling? Because the post-Endwalker story marks the first time that the writers essentially just allowed referential material to carry an entire main scenario within an expansion. And not within any normal expansion either. The expansion that was supposed to be dedicated to the culmination of a 10-year tale lost half of its screen time to Final Fantasy IV references. And
Honestly, I totally agree with that. With when are references appropriate and good and okay? It is when you don't need to know the reference to enjoy the content. And actually, when if you know the reference, this doesn't make it so you know everything that is going to occur next, because it is a reference, not a blueprint. Unfortunately, with Endwalker, this was a blueprint, not a reference, to the point that I severely regretted the decision that I made to watch the entire FF4 story out of a sense of excitement for what was to come with Endwalker, because it allowed me to predict everything that was going to happen next. For this reason, I chose to not play FF9 before Dawntrail. I'm glad I didn't, because apparently it's going to be the same thing in these patches with FF9 based on what I've seen of the new dungeon, but we don't know that yet. I'm speculating. So, yeah, that's when there's a problem. And actually, I felt like this was a problem with the latest raid, the latest Alliance raid, Juno. I had no idea what was going on because I don't know any of these references to any of these bosses. And yes, it's explained after the raid, which, okay, that I kind of needed context before I went in, so that way I could appreciate what I'm fighting and what I'm doing in there and who are these people. But I felt like lacking that context. It was just fights without any real interesting story basis behind it. And then story basis being tacked on at the end with some character they brought back from the dead for no reason. I'm not even going to get off on this tangent.
While I'm a big Final Fantasy XI fan, even I feel that the Alliance raid in Dawntrail could potentially get a bit too meta, especially if it's heading in the direction that I think it is. So, it's important to ask yourself, do you enjoy consistent use of nostalgic content? If so, then you're likely unbothered by this direction. However, if you feel that Final Fantasy XIV's writing is starting to suffer from a lack of original material, it's important to let the developers know that as well.
I feel like FF14 always had lots of Final Fantasy references from all the other Final Fantasy games, and that's never been a problem. It's only in Endwalker patches and beyond that I felt like that actually started to become a problem if you don't have that context.
Lastly, recall earlier when I brought up how A Realm Reborn needed to throw out as many plot threads as possible for potential use at later dates? Well, unfortunately,
it was a mistake to use elements from FF4 carelessly. Yes, that is a point I agree with very much, because FF4 is a beautiful story about redemption. It's a story about forgiveness. And I feel like if you want to be inspired by an old FF, let the themes be the guide. Not superficial bullshit like, oh, well, we got to go down into this tunnels and then we're going to fight a dragon. You know, that's boring. We've done that already. Get the same themes and maybe some light visual references and make something new that still makes you feel that same sense of this is a beautiful story about redemption, you know, that we felt from FF4. I think that's really, let that be the guide. Let the heart be the guide, instead of, it just feels like, let's check all the boxes to make sure that we're in each location. We're going to make each location look exactly like how it did then. And like, it just feels kind of pointless to do it this way. Do it, like, give it a real heartfelt tribute to these older games that might make someone really want to play the other game.
the writers at this point had become very comfortable with introducing new plot threads to the point of abandoning them almost immediately. You start to see the beginning of this with things like the Resonance and possibly controlling primals with the Echo in Stormblood. This sort of power, this sort of reveal, should have fundamentally changed how the main character understands the Echo, realizing that they possibly have greater powers than they ever understood. And yet, this was never brought up ever again.
Yeah, that's
at
weird.
At least, not meaningfully. Likewise,
that's
events
weird.
involving the Bosnian Southern Front, while very well detailed at the start, were completely abandoned later on. Dynamis is one of the largest examples of this, and Walker introduces a new energy into the setting that should technically change how we see and understand the setting.
Dynamis was a mistake. It was a huge mistake. It was a huge mistake for them to add in a new magical system that has no restrictions on playtime. Okay. It's too crazy. Like, it's just so boring now. Because, like, if anybody gets an inexplicable power gain, someone will just say, oh, well, they had Dynamis. That's so boring. Magical systems should have restrictions, or otherwise it's just not fun. It's not fun. What would Brandon say about Dynamis? Exactly. Dynamis is the words without any of the oaths. True. True. I liked Dynamis when it was introduced. Yeah, I did. But I don't like they didn't follow through and show how it impacts the rest of the world. Well, apparently it impacts everything at all times. It is just infinite power source that anyone can draw upon.
Only to realize it has almost...
But by the way, he mentioned the fact that this stuff with the Resonant and this stuff with Banja was not followed up on. That's because it was there to build up towards a Garlemald expansion, which they decided to not do. They admitted that they decided to just not do Garlemald and skip ahead to Endwalker because Shadowbringers had been so popular. Which I don't understand, but that's a choice they made. So
no original qualities, and the writers abandoning its supposed importance as soon as post-Endwalker's story began. But why is this so unwise? Because it defeats the purpose of those things being introduced in the first place. For example, if two characters are having tea, and a gun is suddenly placed on the table, you, the audience, will expect that gun to be fired or at least talked about at some point. Otherwise, why put a gun on the table? We're talking about subconscious expectation. So if the gun is never used or goes ignored, the viewer may find themselves disappointed without ever realizing it. We, the viewer, created an expectation based on available data, and beyond Shadowbringers, more and more of Final Fantasy XIV's data is going ignored. If these trends continue, materials like Electrope and Dawntrail, which should be dramatically world-changing technology, will likely become a narrative device that never steps beyond the expansion it was introduced in. Again, begging the question as to why they wasted time introducing it in the first place.
Oh man, Dawntrail is full of shit like this. I don't even... There's so much like this that is now... I don't know how they can come back from it. They have... I don't know.
But for the sake of time, I'll end my critique here and move on to the final expansion
move on.
in the Zodiac and Hydaelyn arc.
Yeah, just move on. Just move on.
Gauging the response to this expansion has always been tricky, as I've always been able to find just as many people praising it as being an amazing tale, with often just as many saying how they were either unimpressed or it was just okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the point of no return. If you weren't happy with how Endwalker was written to any degree, you needed to say so. Otherwise, you get Dawntrail, because many of Endwalker's worst qualities are continued within the current expansion. Pacing. Recall earlier with how important I said the pacing is to any story? How the most popular expansions of Heavensward and Shadowbringers took their time with very specific locations? Endwalker's campaign, by comparison, was very rushed, and as a result, poorly paced. Almost as if the writers were sprinting to the finish line in order to get the main story over with before the credits roll. The Final Days was a threat built up across more than one expansion, with many mysteries looming behind it.
True.
And yet, it arrived and was defeated so quickly that the rest of the game world barely noticed. In fact, if it wasn't for the role quest...
It apparently didn't even happen in the entire world. It didn't even happen in Tyrol. They didn't have final days. And if you bring that up, people will say, oh, well, it's because of the ethereal currents. Oh, okay. That's convenient. Nobody there heard about it or anything? No. We have merchants, though, that travel all the time and, like, carry. They didn't know about that. No, they didn't hear about it. I guess it wasn't that big of a deal if it was over so fast. Ethereal currents, these nuts. Weren't there also towers set up throughout the world by Fan Daniel that were popping up all over? They didn't have any of those either. It's probably from the ethereal currents too, though. So, yeah. They had different currents.
Chasing down a few blasphemies, the rest of the world definitely wouldn't have known that there was a problem. The weight behind the final days was dramatically lessened by the fact that only Endwalker's new zones were affected by what was originally described as a world-ending cataclysm. And it wasn't just the world building that was affected. Character arcs were also rushed. Hermes, the penultimate villain of Final Fantasy XIV, the reason the entire universe of this MMO exists the way it does, is never properly fleshed out. We catch Hermes at the tail end of his madness, right before he commits the ultimate sin of betraying his people and dooming the universe. And yet, we're never shown exactly when or why Hermes as a character became obsessed with the things that drove him to these actions. We're never shown when or what inspired him to finally create Medion.
We do see a bit of that, though. He felt compassion for the creatures of the land that were being used carelessly in the creation of their concepts and for research purposes. And he felt like these creatures deserved more consideration than they had been given. And I felt like that was pretty valid. He also was interested in this, the unique nature of Meteion, and he was curious about, you know, what lies beyond the stars, which is a natural curiosity, too. Like, his ultimate question was the question of Endwalker, which is, what's the point of life? What's the point of living? Why should we live? Who deserves to live? Who deserves to suffer? These are important questions, and I felt like they didn't need to hit us over the head with it for me to feel like that was clear. Though I do think it's fair to say that they should have spent more time on these, fleshing out some more things like this in Endwalker-based story, and just let Patches further elaborate on that stuff, and then have the Fiend's trial be like a trial series, kind of like how Four Lords was. Instead of using that as main story quest, we should have had just a better paced main story quest.
And afterwards, we're not even shown why he was prepared to rationalize her abuse for his own goals. All we see from Hermes is the end of his character
I feel like I have a different perspective on this.
arc without ever observing the original catalyst for his choices. Hermes, as a character, was compromised, and is now the definition of a rushed character arc, which is made even worse by the fact that he is supposed to be the most important villain in Final Fantasy XIV's history. And since the main story had
I felt like he was very relatable, and I understood. But if you feel that way, then it could be an issue. Because that's not really something that should be up for debate if it is going to be like such an important character whose decisions, like, I guess there is a question you could ask that could be explored better, is why was Hermes the only one who really felt this way? Were there others who shared this viewpoint? And what made him so compassionate? I mean, those are interesting questions that could have been asked and explored better.
Player character bouncing between Thavnir and Garlemald, just like how Stormblood had you bounce between Doma and Alamigo, both locations suffered from narrative fatigue, just like the previous expansion. And then you have Endwalker's final zone, Ultima Thule. Ultima Thule marks the second time the writers would use simulated life as the big reveal
Here we go,
at
though.
the end of an expansion.
Now here's where my real issues start to actually come into play here. One second. Basically, I have a huge issue with them repackaging old story beats. And in a lot of ways, it did feel like a copy paste of things that we had already seen and already done before. And this, like, yeah, he's probably going to go through.
Much like how Shadowbringers had Amarot, which was a fabricated city with artificial ancients, Ultima Thule was a fabricated zone filled with the memories of long-dead civilizations.
Yeah.
And as luck would have it, Dawntrail's big reveal at the
They've
end
done
of
this 3 or 4 times, actually. It's actually been 4 times that they've done the MSQ package that we're getting now.
its campaign was another simulated civilization with living memory.
Yeah.
This time, it was the memories of long-dead people being stimulated by computer programs. Hopefully, now you see what I meant when I said Shadowbringers was the start of bad habits.
I don't think it's fair to say. Shadowbringers was excellent, and then they tried to just copy that. Again, and again, and again. They tried to make it a formula, because they love their fucking formulas. They love formulas. And they saw that Shadowbringers was successful, and so they tried to turn it into a formula, that maybe they could just repeat it. But that's not really how writing works, you know? You have to lead with passion and lead with a sense of inspiration. I feel like a lot of that did shine through in Endwalker, in spite of there being a clear signs of an MSQ package. But then we've actually seen this MSQ package repeat in Endwalker patches, and then we've seen it in Dawntrail again. And I bet we might even see it in 7.2.
Now, did Endwalker have emotional and impactful moments? Of course it did. Every time I hear people talk about cutscenes like Vinaz's march against adversity, it's almost always met with passionate applause. A lot of players loved the final fight against Xenos, but what I'm trying to convey is that these scenes, while good, were run to instead of walked toward. The writers very clearly wanted to get this arc over with, and for no observable reason, at least none that I can see. Because the post-Endwalker story has almost nothing to do with the base expansion. Remember how earlier we discussed that the post-story of Heavensward was a continuation of the base campaign? How both the base and post-narrative created one massive story that everyone loved? Well, the Void story and Endwalker's post-campaign is so detached from what you just experienced that it begs the question as to why it was written in the first place. At no point did the writing try to meaningfully address what just happened and how the world plans on moving forward after surviving its greatest threat. Imagine this. It would be as if the post-Heavensward campaign ignored the fact that you just uprooted their entire belief system and chose to send your character to another region instead for whatever reason. And I'm willing to bet that a Heavensward without the Dragon Song War would have been much less fulfilling. Lastly, the character known as Zero was a precursor.
Why did they do this? That is a good question. Why did they choose to wrap up Endwalker so fast and then move into this FF4 story that, tried to follow FF4 beats so closely? Is it for financial reasons? Did they think that just for marketing reasons they could attract long-time FF franchise people into the MMO who heard that, oh, the story is a lot like FF4? Like, are they trying to appeal to different people? Different kinds of people that are not typically MMO players? Was this like a marketing choice? I don't know. I don't know why they did that.
For Wook-Lamont. A lot of players have expressed their discontent with Wook-Lamont as a character, and it's easy to see why. The writers have placed far too much focus on her thoughts and feelings, taking agency away from the player, away from the world, as you become a secondary protagonist. But what if I told you that this writing method was already used, and many players praised the developers for it? Zero, as a character, takes center stage in the Post-Endwalker story, not the player. But how? Simple. The writers gave her powers and abilities that only she possesses, meaning that without her direct help, the plot cannot continue.
I mean,
essentially, the world building and plot become secondary to Zero's character development. While base Endwalker was...
But she had character development. Like, say what you want about Endwalker patches, okay? And I did say a lot. I didn't love it, but in retrospect, it looks pretty damn good. She actually did, like, learn some stuff and change throughout the course of that. So, I mean, she learned to trust. She was competent, and helpful and stuff. So I don't think anyone could say that she didn't change much in that time.
Was written to be the final chapter of the Zodiac and Hydaelyn campaign, the Post-Endwalker...
But it is a good point that this was part of a formula that we had already seen that they were trying to replicate. That is true. It's very true.
Story was all about Zero, a brand new character.
I mean, yeah.
Likewise, Dawntrail was written with a heavy focus on Wook-Lamont in the exact same way.
Oh no. Is it time?
So where does that leave us?
Oh no.
Dawntrail hasn't finished running through its post-campaign, so I wouldn't feel comfortable analyzing it just yet.
Oh!
But I will say this.
Alright.
Based off of what was already proven to be exceedingly popular in Shadowbringers and Heavensward, the writers aren't doing what they should be doing. Instead of focusing primarily on singular characters, Dawntrail should be taking full advantage of both old and new plot threads to begin weaving new tales or a series of new short stories. They should be creating...
So, like what we covered with Realm Reborn, how they started this arc by setting up lots of different paths that they could later follow, they had intentionally created many loose threads that they could pull on at a later date, which they did and have done. That is what you're suggesting they should be doing with the Dawntrail patch, since it's the beginning of a fresh arc, but that they're not, because they're laser focused on like a tiny amount of, like, a very narrow focus on one character or just one area. I mean, there is Solution 9 that we're gonna address, but Solution 9, I have a feeling, will have local impacts to Solution 9 in this general area, but I doubt right now that it's going to have wide, far-reaching impacts on the rest of the planet, because there's been no evidence of that up to this point. It's probably going to be a more localized story like what we had with the Void, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but in terms of preparing for the future, we don't have a lot of future threads to pull. But we'll see what happens in 7.2. Who knows? It seems like they've had put more of a priority on wrapping up mystery rather than creating new mysteries lately. They seem to be a little bit shy of creating new mysteries. They like to give us lots of answers, and everything feels really clear cut lately.
creating a new reason for you, the player, the Warrior of Light, to explore the rest of the world and rise to meet whatever challenges you find there. If the narrative remains character-focused as it is now, you're much more likely to get expansions similar to Dawntrail in which you've become more or less a passive observer that simply handles other people's problems when they arise. If you enjoy the current state and progress of Dawntrail, by all means, say so. But if you're discontent with the state of the story and characters, you must also say so. The developers will never know whether you're content or not without honest feedback. So take this chance, my friends, to leave your thoughts and feelings down in the comment section below. Which expansion was your favorite?
I don't know. I feel like we've been giving them a lot of feedback and they're not listening. Everything I've heard from Yoshi P so far tells me that he has not heard the most vocal feedback. So I feel a little... I don't want to say doomer. I don't want to say doomer because... as I've repeated many times, 7.2 is on the horizon, and we know we cannot foresee what will happen in it. It might be like Shadowbringers 5.3. It could be great, and wouldn't that suck to judge it before it's out if it is great? I mean, that I want that. Just because I haven't been impressed so far doesn't mean there's not hope. And just because Yoshi P doesn't seem to understand the issues, he's not the writer. He's not a writer. Other people write. So we will we'll wait it out and we'll play it, and it could be better. I don't agree with everything he said, but he has some good points. I agree with that. Yeah, I didn't agree with everything. But it was very interesting to go through all the different expansions and think about the different writing styles and the way that they formatted the plot in the past compared to lately. And I think that what we've noticed is actually a trend towards homogenization. As crazy as that is. It almost feels like the same thing that's happened with the jobs. It's the same thing that happened with the story too. Does it feel like that? Like we're moving into a formula. It's all starting to feel like kind of this similar. And we're losing a lot of the complexity and the deepness that we had in the past in favor of more shallow, easy to digest stories. That's kind of weird, right?
And why? Likewise, what do you hope to see from the future
weird.
story in Final Fantasy XIV?
They're playing it
I look
safe.
forward to seeing everyone's opinions. All I ask is that you remain professional and respectful.
Good luck
After
with that.
all, it doesn't
Yeah, that's gonna work.
us no good to complain without reason. As
True.
for me, this video turned out much longer than expected
True.
and was a beast to put together.
I bet. You went through all of this. I can't believe you actually managed this in 36 minutes. You went through all of the expansions.
So, if I earned you as a subscriber, I'm happy to have you, as I myself continue along my journey as a lore channel for one of the biggest MMOs in the world.
Great job on the video. It's good. Let me give you y'all the link to the video here. Cynotic Scribe is very fair and very calm, which I appreciate a great deal. This is something that I really I think is necessary when we're sharing our constructive feedback. And I like that it was a retrospective and how the game has evolved over time. It can give you kind of a unique perspective when you watch how things have changed. Honestly, I didn't even recognize the ultimate tool was a reused storytelling mechanic until it was pointed out in this video that Stormblood did it to... Oh, yeah. They have done this. They have done this many times. Yeah. Think about how many times we've had a final dungeon that has you going through the memories of the main villain. This has happened 3 times? No? Actually, yeah. Final area being filled with dead people. The final area teaching you that nothing lasts forever. You need to let go and move on. Final area teaching you that there's hope. Have we done that? 4 times. It's happened 4 times. So, I watched your Why I Quit WoW video yesterday. From my perspective, it feels like there are similarities between your feelings then for now for WoW. Oh my god, Tendon Walker. I've been thinking about that video a lot in the last few, couple weeks, especially since the new WoW patch came out. Undermine. And Undermine's been so solid. I've been having such a good time in it. And you can see so much love has gone into that patch. You can see the passion from the devs everywhere you look. It's funny. It's it's heartfelt. It's goofy, you know. It feels like they have a clear direction and they're confident on it. And I've been thinking about that video that you mentioned, the Why I Quit WoW, that WoW video that I made years ago when I swapped over to, because I actually am a WoW refugee into Final Fantasy 14. There were waves of refugees before the big exodus, and I was in one of the first waves that happened in Warlords of Draenor. That's when I swapped to FF14. And the game captivated me, and I just fell in love so fast, and I felt such a passion for FF14 for a decade, and obviously I still feel some passion, or else I wouldn't still be here talking about it, streaming it, looking forward to live letters, hoping for the future, hoping for a better game. But it's starting to feel like how I felt about WoW during those intervening years, when I would say, well, I still love World of Warcraft, and I'm always going to be watching all of the videos and streams and paying attention to expansion launches, and I always hope that the game will improve. You've heard me say this a million times over the years if you've been a long time viewer, and now I hear myself saying these things, but not about WoW, and I don't like that. I really hope that this trend changes very soon, because yeah. Have you noticed that for both WoW and FF, they started to experience troubles at their 10-year mark? Wow. That is true. It was around WoD that I would say WoW really started to have problems, big problems. And WoD came out with 2014. Yep. You're right, actually. Maybe this is a natural cycle. I just hope that it doesn't take them as long to figure their shit out as it took Blizzard. I waited from 2014 until, I would say, Dragonflight is when things got better for a while. And when did Dragonflight come out? 2022. 8 years I waited. That's bad. That's bad. I don't want to wait that long. I do not want to wait that long for them to get their shit together. Please work. But we'll see how things go. Like I said, 7.2 soon. Maybe it'll be good. I mean, I don't expect every aspect of the game to be vastly improved in a short span of time. What I need to see is a better story first. That's what I need to see to feel more optimistic again. Ultimately, that is the first thing that has to change, that I have to feel good about before I'll start feeling a little better about the future. Because this is a story-based game. That's how it is marketed as. And it can't be like this. because I feel like having a good story shows that everything else is under control in a story-based game. Yeah. That is Prio. WoW is the only game that Blizzard actually improved out of their entire library. Oh my god. I think you're right about that. I think you're actually right about that. Sad but true. That's how I've been with WoW and ESO. Oh, really? I love Elder Scrolls Online as well. That's still got a special place in my heart. And I'm really looking forward to the big changes. They're announced for 2025. What I need from Elder Scrolls Online urgently is better animations. But they said they're going to even do that this year. So, yeah, I like Elder Scrolls too. I put thousands of hours into that game. But you know what? I still have stuff to do in Elder Scrolls Online. Even though I played it for thousands of hours, there's actually still a ton of things that are exciting for me to do. That I might want to do. That are new things that are fresh. I literally don't have time. But that's a good feeling. I'd rather have the feeling of there's cool things to do that are new, but I don't have time, then I want to do things that are cool and new, but they don't exist. They're just not there. Yeah. I'm jelly of how some of WoW's jobs play. I saw someone using a bow, seeing how much weight it had to it. What? And Barden 14 feels so automated and empty. Yeah. Honestly, WoW's combat is hard to beat. Once you start playing around with some different classes and specs, the combat is really, really good. Even Preach, who really loves FF14, came over to FF14, plays a lot of FF14 still. He never thought that combat was better in 14, and I don't think it is better either. Like, I think FF14's combat, it shines in a high-end rating scenario. But outside of that, it's not that fun. Just in day-to-day, typical interactions. Like, in WoW, for example, I'll do world quests for rep or whatever. So I've been doing some world quests here and there. And I have fun playing my class, doing quests, just killing random enemies. It's fun to do that because playing my class is really fun. It's always fun to play my class that I like. So, yeah. ESO is my peaceful game. I play when I need to decompress. I log in it all the time. I just log in and I like do a quest, and I think I do the same thing as you're doing, Congo. Anyway, the writing is not even the worst problem. The real problem is that they abandoned the MMO elements during Endwalker. Even with the bad story, if we weren't bored to death, we would say it's disappointing, would still be playing. True. Just like we did in Stormblood. We've been here already. Like, and MSQ is only a little part of the time we spend on the game. Absolutely true. Landhalt, I know that I've seen people post on Twitter and stuff that they liked Dawntrail. There's people who said, I liked Dawntrail. Unlike many, I enjoy the story, but I'm quitting because I just don't have anything to do right now. I just don't have anything to do. I think that with WoW, what WoW is good at in the War Within era, this current era, and I was talking to my friend about this the other day, it's good at meeting you where you are. So, you got 15 minutes to play? Got you. There's something you can do. You want to play with friends? Got you. You want to do something hard? Well, how hard? You can totally adjust that to whatever you want. Do you want to play solo? You can play solo. Like, you want to raid? Well, what size raid? Doesn't matter. It's flexible. 10 to 30 people. It's flexible. What difficulty? There's like 5 different difficulties. There's LFR. There's story mode that you can solo. There's normal. There's heroic. There's mythic. There's 5 different kinds. So, not even mentioning all the side content. There's a lot of things you can do that meets you where you're at. What kind of engagement you want. What kind of time you want to invest. What kind of sweat you want to invest. It's up to you. You can you have agency over that. I never felt in WoW locked out of playing the game because of how I feel. Like, oh, I don't feel like raiding right now, so I don't have anything to do. That doesn't happen to me in WoW. That's why I'm playing it so much. Because I'm moody. Like, sometimes I don't want to raid. Sometimes I don't even want to group with others. I'll just want to be alone. I just want to solo. So I'll listen to a podcast and I'll just solo stuff. I can do that and play new stuff. So, I don't know. I feel like this is something that 14 really needs. It's stuff that I thought that I would get from the game, but it didn't happen. Like, I thought Island Sanctuary would actually be something like that. That I could solo. That would be like replayable fun content that I could always come back to and just, you know, on my own do something kind of satisfying and cool. But it's kind of not that. I thought, actually, when they first announced Criterion and Variant, I thought, oh, Variant, that's also going to be something like I can solo anytime. That's going to be a cool replayable content. I can always do Variant dungeons on my own. Or we can go with a small group and we can set the difficulty however we want. It's going to be so fun. But it's not replayable content. It's not. It's not even, like, we haven't even got one for Dawntrail yet. We don't even have that yet. That just is not enough to keep everybody busy across the spectrum of engagement. And that's okay. That just means I'll play less. You know, I'm still here. I haven't quit. But I'm just playing less. That's all. I will play less until it gets better. Then I will play more. However, if 8.0 is terrible, I don't even know what I'll do. Hey Zep, are we gonna have a WoW normal raid again this week? Yes. Please stay tuned to the WoW raid sign up channel. For EU, I think it will be the same time on Friday. NA, I need to discuss with the officers. And my biggest problem with WoW is how if you don't get a piece of gear from a raid, you have to wait till next week. Wish I could farm for a piece, like in FF. Like a specific piece of gear? Like a tier set piece. Because you can actually get it from a delve anytime. If you have a catalyst charge, you can get a piece of gear and turn it into your set piece, set the catalyst. No. From a solo content. You can actually get your set from doing solo stuff. Just crazy. Yeah, or in Plus. That's right. I think that FF14 should have a Pelu Pelu outfit for crafters. That's a cute idea. By the way, speaking of story, I heard that the crafting gathering stories of Dawntrail are banging. And you should do them. I haven't done these, but I'm actually considering doing it because they say that Ishikawa wrote those. Just go crazy. I heard they had Ishikawa. They asked her to write the crafting gathering stories. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This happened. So, yeah. I don't know why. Why? People receive stories differently. I wouldn't change 6.0 from my personal experience with it. I would definitely adjust some of the pacing, looking back. Meanwhile, but yeah, comparing it to what we got. Yes, I agree. You have a friend who genuinely enjoyed it, and I was shook. I also have friends like this, but as someone else pointed out, your time with the story is a very tiny amount of the life cycle of the game. Yeah. FF has the better raiding experience purely because it takes me less than a minute to join a PF. Meanwhile, WoW, the raid just dropped this week, and people already asked for 8 out of 8 clear achievement on the same difficulty. You should join our guild. We do guild runs. You're welcome to join us for that. We, I think EU killed Gallywix over the weekend. And we got 7 out of 8 done on Friday. But anyone's welcome. As much as I did and do enjoy Dawntrail, says Chris, Final Fantasy does need to be real careful. WoW's clawing back its lost ground very quickly. They are fighting for people's subs over there. And, hey Chris, by the way, good to see you. Hi. Yeah. Big, Dawntrail discussions today.
Thank you, Optimus Prime.
Zepla Buntworth.
Grimdark, thank you for the 2-month resub. Congo, thank you for the 21-month resub as well. I appreciate that. I'm gonna swap over, I think. I'm done chatting about FF. Mostly. Who was the Heaven's Ward rider? It was a different person. My bunny is so freaking cute, though. So I'm not gonna abandon her. But she's napping a lot. She is having a vacation expansion. Maybe that's what they meant. It's a vacation for your character who won't be working. Okay. Should I stream this live letter live on Friday? Let's do a Twitch poll, actually. While I'm swapping, let me do a poll and ask you what you think. Because I don't know. It's at 5 a.m. Should I stream live? Okay. 2 minutes. You can vote in this. I do not know. I can't decide. On the one hand, it's better to be live for this. During it, when it's live. To be extra live. But, on the other hand, it's 5 a.m. And I'm going to be a zombla during it. So, I don't know. What do you think? It's a cultural moment. Normally, I wouldn't consider it for a part 1 live letter, but since it's a part 2, those are going to start with a trailer. It's going to be, you know, good. There's going to be gameplay. It's going to be really exciting. So I hope that it would keep me awake. Is there something else you want to do on Friday? Oh shit, right. I wanted to stream the raid on Friday. But that's at 2. I could probably take a nap on the stream. Oh man, I gotta think about that. We'll see what people think I should do. Okay, so today is the last day for the week of WoW. And there's gonna be a weekly reset very soon. So let me do the last minute things that I need to be doing before tomorrow. Okay. Our drops is still active for the Clocker Spaniel. Today is the 10th. This is active until March 25th. Yes, it is still active. Great. That's good. No Undermine raid. Chat. Last minute before reset stuff. Okay. So, being half awake with everyone is one of my favorite traditions. What are people voting? The results of the poll are no. Chad actually voted no to wait until stream time, but it was very close indeed. It was 3 votes off. Have you done any of the skywriting races in the old WoW zones? What? No? No, I haven't. That sounds really fun and cool. Let's get the video game on the screen and get some music playing. Yeah, I haven't done that. Zeb, I don't suppose you happened to see what I put in React channel some days ago. What? Let me check. I have done enough Reacts today. I have spent literally 5 hours doing that, so I'm not going to do any more React today, probably. I talked about Final Fantasy for 5 hours. So, check out Kalimdor Cup. It's the last day. What? Okay. I'll put that in the stream tile. Yes. It is hot in here. I need to turn on AC and get music playing. Okay. I'll go into the inn while I... Okay. Alright. Alright. Kalimdor Cup, you say? What's that? How do I do that? Is that for the skywriting? Kalimdor Cup. It ends at midnight. Okay. Let me get up really quick. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. So they happen every 6 months. Okay, I'm back. Oh my god, look who came out of his... He was hiding and he just came out. It's Boo Bear. He's been hiding this whole time. Oh my god, he's here for the wow part. Boo Boo. Boo Boo. Yes, let's fix the goals and put them back on the screen. So last week we did reach the Mecha Gnome goal, which means that I'm obligated to make a Mecha Gnome now. However, I need a new goal that's gonna let chat decide the class of this Mecha Gnome. And I'll also reset the game time giveaway. I like to reset these fresh on the start of the week. So I'm going to do that. As for the Mecha Gnome class goal, I don't know what to put it at. It's at what? 890? That's fine. Maybe 900 just to be clear with a nice even number. Monk. Oh my god. I don't. Okay. Description. Chat picks Mecha Gnome class. God, this is so bad. I can't believe you're making me do this. I really don't want. Boo boo. Oh, he's gonna go poo poo, looks like. What else? Oh yeah, the other sub goal. The other one. I still haven't gotten my Clocker Spaniel pet, so I need to do that before it actually runs out myself. I need to do that. Okay. 60 days. Wow. Game time. Giveaway. All set. Great. Zep, did you change the room you stream from? I did. I'm still in Florida, but I will be moving again. Sounds like a joke, but I am actually moving again in the next month or two. I'll be gone. Gotta hit the road again. I love moving, apparently. Boo Bear! Boo Boo! Hey! Come here, baby! He actually came out when I swapped category. Boo Bear! Come here, baby! Who wants to see Kitty? Oh, boo 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 boo. Come on. Yeah! Kitty. He started doing this really cute thing where I'll have my hand. I actually have a picture. I have a picture I can show you. I have my hand on the keyboard and he'll rest his head on my wrist. And he doesn't even care that I'm gaming, like, while he will fall asleep like that. Oh my god. Here's a picture. That's what he does. He was sleeping in this picture. He doesn't care that, like, I'm typing and stuff. Yes. He's such a good boy. Such a good bear. Boo boo. I also showed some of y'all this the other day, but he likes to help me with my makeup in the morning. Look, cause see, okay, I have a picture. I have a video actually for you. Okay. He's like, he's helping me. He helps me. You know what else? I bought this, okay, at the antique mall, and it had a tag on it, like a string, and you know, I put it in my mouth, try to break the string, like this, and he saw me, and he also he bit on it, he pulled, he watched me bite it. And he also bit on it. It's really funny. Yeah. He was learning. He's very curious about food, obviously. And the other day I was eating dinner, and he was sniffa my food. Like he wants to sniff everything that I have. Anything I pick up, he wants to sniff it. And I thought, this is okay. He can just sniff. I Googled it. I'm like, should you let cats sniff every food? And Google's like, oh yeah, it's just their natural curiosity. You should definitely let the cat sniff all the food. What's the problem? And then on Reddit, people say, oh yeah, they just want to sniff it. They don't think that sniffing means they get to eat the food. So it's okay. You're not causing any bad habits. So I let him sniff the food. And he's like, sniffs a piece of bread, and he's like, okay. And then I let him sniff like a pickle, and he's like, oh, didn't like that. But I let him sniff the lemon, did not like that. And see, I'm thinking, okay, so this is working. It's okay to let him just sniff stuff. And then I look down at my bowl, and he's sniffing the sauce. I was having pasta. And he's like, and I'm watching him. And he's like, I'm just sniffa. I just watch his tongue, like, slowly. He's like, I'm like, no. Hey. He got me. I'm like, who was writing this stuff on Reddit? Oh, let your cat just sniff everything. I think cats have been writing this stuff on... It's cats who are on there like, definitely let your cat sniff every piece of food. They won't eat it. He did the sneakiest lick. Yeah, like... I laughed so much. Yes, it was Cat GPT. He's right here on me right now. I don't know if you can see. You can see his tail swishing, which he does 24 hours a day. He's constantly swishing his tail. In fact, that's how you'll know he's asleep, is when his tail stops swishing. He does this constantly. And he's like whacking it too. But yeah, he's funny cat. We did have some supervised visits between him and my other cat, and everything's good so far. We let them eat inside of each other, and everybody's good. So I'll keep you updated. So far we're just doing very short supervised visits. Very short, like 5 minutes or less. And then once we feel like that's enough, okay, then I shut the door. So we're slowly, super slowly introducing everybody to each other. Okay, so I wanted to do this Kalimdor cup, but like how? What even is it? Man, that's such a good music that plays in the tavern, don't you think? WoW really has some peak tavern music. I think that there is a holiday announcer that, yeah, holiday enthusiast that's gonna take you to the event. Orgrimmar. Oh god, I'm on Horde. I'm on Horde. Oh no. Maybe I should do this on Alliance. Does everyone get the same racetrack? Usually, frantic swishing tail means something's bothering him or he's annoyed by something. I know, but he's different. Whenever he was with my mom in her house, and he would just be relaxing with her or relaxing with me or anyone, he just constantly did this. I've never seen him not have this tail behavior. It's nonstop. So I think it might be like some kind of a nerve thing, actually. His nerves. Yeah. He's very weird cat. He's like extremely cuddly. Beyond what a cat normally would be. He's insanely cuddly. Okay, it's up here. This is the Kalimdor Cup. Oh, let me turn on the dialogue. Oh. Don't fall off. I was talking to Cat.
How fare the winds today?
Thank you for visiting.
Fair skies and strong winds. Ah, caught a good wind stream lately.
The riders of Azeroth have learned much from us, and now we test their mettle as well as yours, Sky Rider. My bronze colleagues traveled to Kalimdor.
See you up there.
Well, why didn't the quest tell me to go to Kalimdor? Wait, I am in Kalimdor. I'm in Orgrimmar. Oh my god, did you just fart? No, I'm Sniffa. I think he farted. I think he had a silent killer there. Enter. How do I get there? What? There's so many. It's down here in Durotar. Okay. I guess we should do that. Any buns want to do this too? Can we do this as a group? Or what? Any buns to the Kalimdor Cup? Kalimdor! Cats like calm and quiet environment. My cat goes crazy when I start to talk and explain things to my partner because I'm high energy. My partner's very zen. Low energy. I think every cat is different. I think every cat has a unique personality. My other cat definitely likes calm and quiet, and she gets very upset if somebody starts talking. That's why you never see her on stream. But this cat, very social, loves to be talked to, loves people being vocal and stuff.
The Isles welcome you.
That's what's so cool about cats. They're all so different.
Go with the aspects.
Okay. This is neat. It's a race in the old world. Oh! Okay, I made it. You did Kalimdor Cup already, Buns? Woo! Oh my god. This is a perfect example of how different Classic is from retail. Because if you've been to Durotar Classic, it ain't like this. I'll tell you, it's the opposite of this experience. Like, complete opposite. Oh no, I'm stuck in the tree! Oh no! Oh no! Race ruined! It won't let me use the second wind. Oh my god! Now I'm in classic mode. The dragon's too thick. This is bad. This is not gonna be a gold. Unfortunately. Ah! I bet I won't even get bronze. Well, obviously I'll get bronze, but I got silver. What do you get for what do you get if you get gold? All of them. Is there an achievement? That was 1 second below gold. I did so bad though. What do you get for that? Okay, it's called Calendar Racer. There's achievement, but the achievement doesn't give you anything. Besides achievement points. There's no gold cup. So bronze is enough. Bronze is okay if you want to get all the achievements, it looks like. It's not asking you to get gold for these. Maybe that's why it's so lenient. Did you get your pretty butterfly mount from the trading post? Oh, you know I did. Of course I did. I got both. The pearlescent butterfly and the ruby butterfly, though I'm partial to the pearlescent one. I did, of course, do that. Of course. I had to spend my tendies at the trading post. You can't see gold yet because you haven't cleared bronze silver. So you're saying that I need to go back and get it on gold. Right? Because then there will be gold achievement. You get a title for gold. What's the title? This is gonna be easy. I just need to not hit a tree this time. Okay. Should I get War Within if I wasn't crazy about Dragonflight? I thought it was okay, but nothing special. I definitely think so. Because I think a lot of people in the community felt that way about Dragonflight. I think I'm actually the exception in that I was raving about it. I missed some. Shit! Shit! Fucked up. I fucked up. Okay. Oh good, it teleports you back when you're lost. Anyway, what I was trying to say is Dragonflight is missing stuff. Right, like delves, yes. That make the game really good now. And better than it has ever been before. Now. Woo! Oh my god. Ah! Crap, 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 crap. Go! Oh my god. My cat's looking at me. He's like, you good? No. This is so hard though. This is actually really difficult. I bet I'll make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Just follow the line. Adventure line. Okay, okay. Yes. Oh, we're good. We are good. We are on the way to gold. Yes! Nice. So the achievement title is Calendar Racer. Should I try to get it? I mean, there's a lot. completionist title requires gold on all the races in advanced reverse too. Oh, hell, I'm not doing that. That's too much work. Thankfully, I'm not that bad of a completionist. So I don't need to do that. You can use the compass to reset. Oh! I can manually reset it.
I have lived to see them return.
I've never done the advanced or reverse course. Alright.
Thank you.
Was there always fireballs in
Was waiting
the
till
Barrens?
after the react, but almost spaced it out. These last few months have been something special, but I can't wait to see what's coming next.
Ooh. I've heard the Texas speech, I think. I need, actually to... Oh, I'll answer you in 1 second. Let me just clear the race first. Yeah! Gold. Easy. Easy peasy. Okay, so to answer that, thank you for the 8-month resub. And the last few months have been something special. Yes. I know. I agree. I have truly been so happy to play this game recently. I have been having such a good time in Dragonflight, but an even better time in War Within. It's so nice to feel like I can just play any class that I want and not feel like that is a burden. I have 2 accounts. I have EU and NA that I play on. And the guild has just been so fantastic. It's so chill. Like I did 2 raids last week. I led a raid on Tuesday and another one on Friday with the Bun Guild. And it was just so much fun. It was such a wonderful environment where we were learning. I made plenty of mistakes, of course. I tanked for the first time on Friday in the raid. And it was overwhelming and scary, but I didn't feel like under insane pressure. Everybody was really patient and cool, and we got a lot done. So I'm proud of our wonderful community, and this is the best time to play, really. I look back on all the years that I've played, and they don't really compare to these days that we have now. These are the good times. Like, I remember Wrath being awesome, but my guild had a bunch of buttholes in it, and I just put up with it because, I mean, I cared about raiding, and I was having a pretty good time overall, like, so what, you know? And, but the game itself was, like, a lot more tedious. Everything took a lot longer to do. And, it took a way more time than the game requires of me today. Like, I definitely didn't feel as free to be casual, more casual when I need to. Like I can now. Yes! Yes! I'm getting this currency. The Riders of Azeroth badge? Where do I spin that? Probably in Orgrimmar, huh? Most likely.
Hello.
Hi. If you didn't see, we went back to— oh, I did hear! Yes! EU went back to the raid on Saturday and cleared Galliwix week 1. Amazing job. Rogue Leater, thank you for the 28-month resub. I appreciate that. As we move towards the next sub goal. I'm making on time. I am letting chat choose the class. 2 heroic bosses on Sunday on EU? That is so cool. The buns are the best. It's just the best raiding environment. But you don't have to raid if you don't want to. You know, if you're thinking about joining our guild, there's no pressure at all on you. If you don't feel like raiding, you do not have to do anything you don't want to do. Like, there's no pressure. You play however you want.
Aspect's grace shine down on you.
If you want to join for a raid here and there, you can. If not, it's fine. But we have people doing all kinds of things. In fact, I really shouldn't be doing this right now. Oh my god! Okay, I made it! I made it! Will this be a problem for my time? Oh! Oh! I hope not. It's a crack! It's a very narrow crack. I'm going... Why they make you go through all them cracks? Oh. It's really hard. I can't even see the damn thing. Oh. Okay, but anyway, I need to be doing stuff for my vault tomorrow. You know? My vault. Did I miss one? No, we're good. No, we're good. Oh no! Oh my god! I still got gold. Still insane. At the last second, I thought I wasn't gonna make it, but I did. I did. Oh my god. You did wonderfully being a good example of the buns. Keeping the buttholes out definitely made a big difference. Yes. We do that. Basic rule of only buns is you are expected to treat your fellow buns with respect and kindness. Basically, it's not trade chat, and I do not allow this. If you're a bun, you're there with other buns. And so we're part of the same bun fam. Damn it. That's all. It's simple. It's like we are. This is a bun fam. Y'all don't act right. I will turn this car around. But generally, buns are very well behaved. We don't really have to do too much to keep the buns in line. It's okay. It's really not been hard to moderate.
I have lived to see them return.
Zep, do you want to do your tier 11? Yes. Yes, boo-boo. Boo Bear. Do you need your tier 11 gel, boo-boo? Oh. The cute kitty. Yes, but yes is the answer to the question you're asking me. It's such a cute kitty. Can tank them for you. Let's go. Any bun else? Gotta be honest, I really enjoy WoW's story as War Within. Oh yeah, same. In fact, I kind of need. I was thinking about. Yeah, well, I need to release a video really soon. I need to have a new video out in the next couple days, few days. I was thinking about just finishing this video up that I had written about Undermine, how much I've been enjoying it and why. Kind of like a review, but it's not like. In some way, it's like a vibe check, I guess. It's like I've enjoyed just the vibes and the goofiness and the music and the story and all that stuff. Are you doing I'm on NA at the moment, yes. Tier 11 Delve. Enjoyers. While, we are getting a...
Gave up hope.
Okay, but Nick... You were going to... Wait a minute. I'm on NA. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm on NA, so... Can help. Alright, Tiny... Roxy? I can heal, too. No prob. I don't mind healing. I'm a good healer. I'm an okay healer. Healing is fun. You need the Runed. Is the tier 11... Okay, so how does it work now in Season 2? Is it guarantee a crest? Or what? What is this about crests? Like, how many do you have to do? Okay. Roxy. And... Daggy was the other one who wrote first. Okay. We are full up. Let me do this race really quick since I'm right here. Yeah, let me do this one really quick. First 3 tier 11s of the week give you gilded crests. First 3. How can I check if I've already did it, though? Like, how do I... I need a checklist because I play too many damn characters. I have an alt problem. Man, I need a smaller mount, I think, for these races because this butterfly butt is in my face. Okay. Whee! This is so cool to fly through the old zones, but fast. This is awesome. Why is this only available in limited time? That's so lame. Oh! That one was easy. Some of these are harder than others. Okay. I'll head back. Maybe saved instances tells me. I think on the brand delve page you have an indicator of how many you've done. No. No. Okay. This is my apartment. I heard that there's people doing it in this apartment complex. Okay. Maybe not. Well, maybe they do it. Like, I heard that on one of the beds, you could only see, like, 2 name plates under the sheet. Yeah. And, like, they were under there. Yeah. That's what I heard. Okay. Do I have keys for bounties? I have 1 key. I have 0 done. What? Okay, well after I get one done then it will show me. Well, let's get it done now. Where are we going? Let me swap over to healer. Yeah. Heals. Okay. You know what? Remember how I healed the raid last week? I found out after I was done that I had healed it with an agility weapon. Sorry about that. That's on me. Yeah. Okay, we're going to Dawntrail. Oh, look how cute this mount is. This is actually from the Emerald Dream area, and it's really easy to get. It's from going to Emerald Dream and getting seeds, planting the seeds. I did so many of that. Just plant seeds. And this is also from Emerald Dream. But it's supposed to be giving me the breakneck. My hot rod. My add-on is bugging, I think. Yeah, I need to go... Whatever, I'll just ride there normally. I have an add-on normally that will intelligently select my hot rod mount whenever I'm in the zone that allows me to use it, but it's having a problem. Did I have talents? I have talents. Yeah, we're good. Yes, it's light mount. That's what I use. But it stopped working. Maybe it's because I changed specs. I don't know. Usually it works, so I won't worry about it. Where'd y'all go? Like, which one? Earth crawl. Let's do earth crawl. Yeah. I do need to clear out my side quests, actually. I'll be healing yes. Today. I know what I'm doing. I can definitely heal the dungeon. It's easy. Okay, let me fix my glam. This staff does not look good with this outfit. Sunflower? No, that's cute. That's better. The simple gardener staff I like. Elderwood cane is also really cute and simple. Ooh, that's so pretty. It's bluish, which kind of matches better. It's got flowers blooming on it. Okay, let's go with that one. And for the boots, let's go with Plunderlord boots. I think they're quite stylish, actually. Okay. I'm ready. Wow, that's a nice looking character. Look at that human. Actually, it's so cute. Hi, Buns. Am I the lead? I haven't unlocked tier 11. Oh! It says I don't meet the requirements for tier 10. So as it turns out, I thought I unlocked it, but I confused it with EU, and I don't have it. What should we do, guys? I thought I did it, but it was actually you I did it. Whoopsie. It says a tier 10 delve is in progress. Okay, I actually haven't done any of it. What the heck? I'm sorry. I haven't done it. Does someone have a better brand? Mine is level 40. So maybe somebody else that has a good, stronger brand should start. Mine's 58. Okay, let's go out. No worries about brand? Okay, next time. Next time we'll get brand.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend.
Giga brand.
May the shadows pass you by.
Alright. Well, let's get comfy. Because... yeah, I didn't realize. I confuse NA and EU all the time, actually. Because I play on both, like, usually both in the same day. And it's so easy to get confused about what I did. It's bad.
Watch your step.
But on EU, I've actually just got a Arcane Mage to 80. I've been playing Arcane, learning about Arcane a little bit.
You got to dodge!
Watch your step.
Arcane is so fun. I did the raid on Prot Warrior. My main, I would say, on EU is actually Hunter. But I never get a chance to play it. Really, because usually if I'm doing a raid, I need to be able to switch into a tank or a healing role. So it's easier to get the raid group together. Which I don't mind. And tanking was awesome. Actually, I love tanking for the first time. But I will say that my experience with Prot Warrior in the raid was overall really positive, but I got overwhelmed hard on Mug Z at the end. Want to take my role then? No. I'm only tanking really on EU. I think for NA, Shaman is my main. And will stay that way. So that's healing or DPS. Wow, lightning is so cool now since the new patch. Check out this animation. Wow, it's awesome. I am also learning how to tank if I need to on other classes though. So I've learned bear tanking and Prot Warrior. And I feel like as a streamer, I have another layer of thought processes on top of normal play that I have to take into consideration. So for me with tanking, I think bear might be a better choice if I'm learning a fight and I'm not comfortable with it yet, because bear is very, very simple. I managed it on Prot Warrior, but like, God, Prot Warrior is very active and it's a very engaging playstyle, which is amazing. It's awesome. But you need to be like, you know, locked in to what you're doing. And I found that if I lost focus even for a second, I got punished hard for it, which is a problem for me, a streamer who loses focus every 10 seconds. Though honestly, I don't think that has anything to do with streaming. That's just how I am. Let's be real. That's just me. All the time. Elnut91, thank you for the 2-month resub. I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. I was a little shaky on Warrior. Though, to be honest, I didn't prepare super well.
Those webs will summon the Rubians. Don't stand in them.
Dude, I could have prepared better on Warrior.
Smell that?
I didn't.
It's treasure.
I'll tell you why.
Close.
I prepared on Druid, but then at the last second, I'm like, wouldn't it be better to go on a warrior so I can be a goblin? You know, for vibes.
Charging.
I mean, if we're gonna do Undermine, I've got to be on a goblin for the raid. I cannot be in a goblin for the Undermine raid. So at the last second, I'm like, oh, I'll just play warrior. It was fun though. I'll probably keep doing it. Ooh. Increase your movement speed and your haste, but reduces your size by 20%. I can't even tell. I'm already small. Already small. Ah. Which class do you think is good for beginners? Hunter.
Charging. Move.
Beast Mastery Hunter is really accessible. Paladin is amazing. Paladin is just a great class. And right now,
watch your step.
Paladin is in a golden age. This is like such a good time to play Paladin. Paladins are doing incredible.
Interrupt.
It's fun. You have a button for every situation. There's healing, tank, and DPS to choose from. I got died. How did this happen to me? I was reincarnate.
Get out of the way!
Uh-oh. I think it's cause... Oh, no worries. Did I buff y'all? Kitty! What's up, kitty? You looking out the door? What do you see out there? He's acting like he sees something. It's probably a squirrel. Most like. He's such a good boy. Why do you have such big yellow text?
Yeah,
What's
well,
the big yellow text? Oh my god, I need to turn off the nameplate SCT.
Charging.
Yeah, I actually need to get rid of that. That's a problem. Oh! Okay. Yeah, I need to get rid of that. No, you mean the one that said Thordum? That's what you meant. I just seen it too. Wow, yeah, what is that about? I don't know what that is, but that's giant, yeah. I actually don't know where this is coming from. I don't know. Anyway, other classes that are good for beginners. Hunter Paladin comes to mind. Honestly, Frost Mage is pretty simple. So is Fire. Demonology, Destro Warrior. I mean, Destro Warrior. Destro Warlock. Destruction Warlock. Oh, Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter is super, super, super easy. And simple. Man, this thing takes forever to kill, huh? It's like... Why is he so resilient? up with that? Ah! Bear is only choice. I love bear. Actually. It's my first time learning about bear druid. I always played other druid specs. In the Dragonflight, I played a lot of resto druid. And I've played a decent amount of balance. Never played bear until recently. Bear is great. I love it. It's very simple, but you do have a button that will hit hard. Your bear maul button can hit for so much damage. So it's got all the ingredients that you need, really, to be happy. If you're me, that is. Simple tanking, one button hit hard. I'm not a complicated button. This doesn't take a lot. Oh god, is this the... This is the ad that summons like 100 people. Yeah, it's called The Underpin's Well-Connected Friend. And he'll summon his mother, his friend's broker, his lawyer, like a million different...
Found a bit of gold!
Yeah. Ooh. I thought I got that already, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay, I need to do something really quick. I need a sec. I need to adjust something on the stream. Okay. There we go. Good. He's well connected, right? Does it make sense? And thank you, Have, for encouraging me on the warrior attempt. We did DBM. By the way, DBM really simplifies doing the tank swaps. I was nervous about that, but DBM will actually tell you when it's time.
It can't end like this!
Oh, sorry. That's actually my fault that you died. Because I wasn't healing you. That's what happens when you don't heal people. They just die. Having fun on my warrior. I just love feel the dark ages where people have swords for a weapon. Warrior is that most basic fantasy class. WoW is really good at class fantasy overall. And class fantasy is extremely important to me. Very, very important. Which is something you should think about whenever we have our poll for Mechanome class that chat forces me to play. Chat is already forcing me to play a Mechanome due to the sub goal from last week. Now the new goal, I will allow chat to make it even worse deal than it is already by picking the class. So I'm sure gonna pick a class that I hate. What classes can Mechanome even be? Monk? The standard ones? Death Knight, I think.
You won't hit us with that one.
Oh, do we want to Bloodlust? Yes.
Watch your step.
You got to dodge. Watch out. Careful there. What class sounds fun for a mecha gnome to you? Oh, it's for me. None, because I don't want to play a mecha gnome. Any class will be terrible.
I'm going all out.
Like, it's gonna be so bad.
Stronger by the second.
Yeah! Did he level? Yes. He got level 41. Way to go, Bran.
I'll give you a hand with this one. Let's have a quick sit down.
Let's have a quick sit down. To recover. The best part of the raid was when Zepla said, I'm just gonna tank this here. Oh my god, I fucked up so bad. I felt so bad after I felt bad about it like minutes after I did it and I realized what I had done. It was so bad. I'm like, hey, so I know we've agreed to put the boss in that specific spot, but, and I said this during the poll, but I think I'm just gonna like do something random instead and pull him to the other side instead. Yeah. I just think it might be better just to, I think I'm just gonna do that on the fly right now. Of course everyone died soon after this. And I realized, that was a questionable decision. Maybe we shouldn't be making these kinds of calls on the fly. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking. A few moments later, yeah, I found out. I effed around and I found out. Okay. So we have another. I need another key, actually. Don't go to Bountiful. What? Really? Why? We gotta get to tier 11 first. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I need to come back then. But that means it doesn't matter if I turn this in right now. Okay, well, I'm gonna do it.
A lamplighter brings hope.
At
If
least
you are
I'll have
lost in
the
darkness,
inventory
we
is
are here to
full.
help.
What? Inventory.
I will see you through the shadow. Can you feel it? Belladar hums with joy.
Okay, I'm on my way back.
You've done well, my friend.
Yay! I'm going back. Ooh. 623. Trinket? Yes! I'll be sad to say goodbye to Mad Queen's mandate. It has served me well. Boo Bear? Oh, you want to say hi to me? Okay. Come here, Boo Boo. Boo Boo. Wait, this isn't it. It's right here. I hope you didn't just see me do that. I hope you did not just see that. Oh, hey. Okay. Tier 9. Oh, it's just soft. Kitty. Oh, what a good boy. Hey, Boo. Such a good boy. Yay. Yay, kitty. Okay. Let's go. Oh, wait, don't we need another bun? Wait, don't we need another bun? Not really, but I guess, do you want to get Havren? Yeah, who was asking to join? It's hard for me to read guild chat at the same time that I am, that I'm streaming. It's very hard. Oh, you need tier 9? Oh, okay. Hey. Kitty. Oh. He's so happy. Yeah, basically, if you write me in the game, I will probably not see it. Like, usually I will not see it. It's better to add me in the Twitch chat. Or if you're gonna write me in the game, write my name in all caps. Because this usually will work to make my brain look at it. It's just it's hard for me to multitask with it. Okay. Do we need to leave first? Maybe. Yeah, let's walk out. Get everyone here. Did you not get the invite? Okay. We can go in now, I think. Can we summon someone inside of a delve? Or do we need to just do that outside? Oh no, they're here. Okay, great. Great. Every button is accounted for. Boo is reading chat. Yes. He is a streamer cat. He loves the stream. Though he wasn't here for the first part. He didn't come out till I got into WoW. Maybe he just likes WoW. Take the torch. Okie doke. Yeah, I have 7 spots left in my inventory. Why? Can we burn them too with the flamethrower? Kinda. Here. Did you fly by the theater troupe and just get the rewards?
You won't hit us with that one.
Maybe. You don't have to actually do a lot to get the rewards from theater troupe. Yeah. It's very fast. Everything that you need to do is pretty fast these days. That's why, like earlier, I was trying to tell people, WoW in its current state does not require you to be playing all the time. It's just not true anymore. It's not true anymore. That time is past. The time of the endless treadmill grind where you're chained to the computer is just not the case. Especially if you can acknowledge that you don't need this, which no one really does. I mean, not no one needs. Some people need this. That's stupid. Most people don't. you can just enjoy getting gear that's better than what you had. There's no reason to get hung up on like getting this specific stat roll for everything. It's pretty easy to get the main things that matter. Your trinkets, your set pieces, good weapon. That is accessible to you. Ooh, you got a recipe. Feast of the Divine Day. Oh, it's from a world quest? Nice. That is awesome. That's an amazing job. That's pretty rare, I think. I'm pretty hungry. Holy shit, it's 6 o'clock? It's 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock! It's because of the daylight savings. It's got me all screwed up, man. Daylight savings.
Watch your step.
Hey! Novel! Hey, it's so good to see you. Thank you for the 15-month resub, Novel. How are you doing?
Watch your step.
I watched your interview with the devs last week. It was really nice. I like the part where Ian said that they have to think of the things players want.
Watch your step.
That they didn't ask for. And I thought that was a very good and an insightful point of view from Ian. That showed me they really have learned a lot. That there's so much more to game dev than just giving players what they're asking for. And that, what about the silent majority that want something that they can't even articulate? That's where your creativity and your innovation comes in, right? I thought that was very cool and based thing. Wow. It was an excellent interview. Happy people do be silent. It was such a chill interview, yeah. You didn't like, you didn't attack them. You didn't give them any like super scary, you know, something that would make them defensive, put them on edge. It was nice that you were able to just let them say the things that they cared about the most, like give them the space to do that. Like, what are they most proud of? What have they learned? What's their journey been like? It was nice. It was really nice. Best devs can give players something better than they know how to ask for. Right. It's like, we don't know how to ask for the things that we don't know how to design. We don't know how to design things. We're players. We only know how to complain about things. I only know how I'm complaining. I do like complaining, but there's a limit. Even I reach my limit of complaining sometimes.
Watch your step.
Complaining can be fun.
Watch your step.
Yeah, we gotta fill the vault. I gotta fill
Watch
my
your
vault for
step.
this character. This mic. Oh yeah, your mic.
Can't end like this.
Nobble's mic was like my character. in
Watch
that
your
interview.
step.
You can res me. Yeah.
Watch your step.
Thank you so much.
Watch your step.
Oh. You're watching Zep react to the interview. Yeah, I did.
Watch your step.
I tried to react really hard.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
It's weird.
Watch
That
your
we can,
step.
this is how we can have a dialogue, right? You post something, I react.
Watch
to
your
it.
step.
I remember the first time that I heard the word react. I was
Watch your step.
doing some kind of an interview where I was on stream with other people, other streamers.
Watch your step.
And one of them said to me, hey, so we're gonna be doing this, 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 and then you can just do reacts.
Watch your step.
And I remember thinking,
Watch your step.
do reacts? You mean like react?
Watch your
What
step.
do you mean do react? What are you talking about? I don't know what that meant. I'm like, do you mean responding to what you're saying? Like, I hear things and like I respond. It's a weird way to phrase that. Do react.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a
I'm always the last one to find out what's going on, I feel like. Oh, I got a missile. I can strap it on my back. What? Instructions. Step 1. Latch missile to back. Step 2. Ignite missile. Step 3. Go up. It says I can only use it in Undermine. I got 2 of them.
Watch your step.
Cool. Oh!
You won't hit us with that. Hey, let's keep
Watch
a
your step.
strategy.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm sorry. I thought maybe it would like take. Oh my god! I didn't think it would. I didn't
Watch
think it
your
would break
step.
every egg.
Watch your step.
Help's a coming.
Okay, I'm alive. Okay, reincarnated. It's fine. You can live. You can live.
Watch
I can.
your step.
I can heal you. I'm back. I reincarnated. Just a little bit much. See, it's fine. That's no problem. Yeah. Clean. Yeah, that's good.
Get out of the way.
That's fun. I did use every cooldown. No, I didn't. I still have a Spirit Link. Boo Bear. Boo Bear. Hey, sweetie.
Interrupt.
He's sitting right here looking at me. Asking me if I will learn to play yet. Oh man. They mentioned something about the Bunderkeep. Have you heard of it? Yeah, it's coming in the new Final Fantasy patch.
Charging. Move.
That's the name of the new dungeon. We got Bunderkeep in 2 games now. I know today I did a lot of talk about Dawntrail. I spent 5 hours reacting to Dawntrail videos, which were pretty critical of it. But I figured it's best to just stick all of that into one day, so that way we can move on. Instead of like, yeah, I just put it all at once at the same time.
Charging.
And that way,
Move.
get it out of my system for at least a week.
Interrupt.
And then I can... It's kind of, you know, it's cathartic at times to do that. We do have that live letter on Friday.
Interrupt.
Chat thinks... We did a vote, and I asked chat if I should get up at 5 a.m. to stream it, and chat voted no. But I should just wait and cover it at the normal stream time. Maybe that's a good idea, since it would be nice to have a Undermine raid on Friday. And if I get up early and I'm up at 5 a.m. streaming a live letter, I doubt I'm gonna make it
Charging. Move.
to lead a Undermine raid. And that would be very sad. I would rather... I want to make sure I'm able to do that raid. As for NA,
Charging.
we need another normal raid for this week. Should it be Tuesday or Wednesday? I lean towards Wednesday evening. Even though Wednesday is supposed to be the day...
Charging.
It's not even though, it's because Wednesday is meant to be the day I get extra writing done for YouTube. Because of that, it's better to put it on Wednesday. Because this will make sure that, like, I take a break at the end of the day. And I, like, switch gears. Like, I have a clear cutoff time where it's time to do something different. For me, that helps. Because I have an issue with the ADHD where I just hyper-focus on something to an unhealthy extent. That's why it's good to have a dog and like walk the dog at certain times of day. Because it helps me break up the day and not get like in this one track mind, zeroed in super hard on one thing. Like that's something I have to actively fight against. The doggo reset. In a normal raid is in 50 minutes. Well, that's not one that I'm personally leading. After the stream today, I will get to work on YouTube. I am way behind. Way behind. I have a ton of errors in my UI. I wonder why. Underpins bodyguards intern. Gardening in the morning sounds like a very nice thing to do. This also sounds like a very morning person thing to do. Want to beat the underpin? I will. I will do that. But I'm gonna solo it, of course. I have the tracker. What? What tracker? Man, this guy has so much health. Is this a bug or something? Why is he have so much freaking health? It's crazy. What in the world? Are we just like... We need better gear? This guy takes like half as long as the whole delve took all by himself. If you're curious about Maria's previous work, she has a detailed LinkedIn page. Oh, okay. I might check that out. I love Maria. She's just so great. I am her #1 fan. As I think I said in the React. She's just
Here's your take of the spoils.
She has a great energy. And she seems to really love this world. And it shows. That's something you can't fake. Oh, right. You summoned the
Surprise! Now get out.
Thunderpin.
Give me back me hat, you menace.
You summoned the Thunderpin. This should be easy though, right? Oh, okay. We
Preserve you.
send these away. It's on a cooldown. Oh my god, you died! Uh-oh. Careful there. We gotta kick these out the way. Oh my god, there's something I forgot to talk about today that I just remembered. It's the Genshin, like, super cryptic messages about the moon and stuff. Oh yeah. Genshin has some really, like, cryptic marketing going on. About the moon. There's an eclipse happening this Friday. And they also have a live stream on Friday. And apparently they're like using the eclipse as part of their marketing.
Keepers preserve you.
Yo, this is pretty hard. Oh no, we lost lives.
Time to go.
We're out of our lives. He's really difficult. This is not an easy fight. Especially in this narrow corridor with all the bombs, like...
Helps are coming. Don't go dying on me.
Will it still count towards my vault if we run out of lives? I don't know, chat. If we run out of lives, does it mean that I'm screwed? Like, will I still unlock the next tier if I ran out of lives on tier 9?
Out for the count.
It still count, but doesn't give the chest. You need lives remaining to unlock tier 10. That's what I thought. Yeah. That's what I thought. F.
It can't end like this.
Yeah, we gotta start over, I guess. But if y'all have a raid coming up soon, we're 4 out of 8 normal. I won't be able to do the raid tonight, probably. Because I need to work on YouTube. Okay, but if y'all have the raid soon, like, I think you should... take a break before it and not go straight into it. Right? I mean, what time is that raid? Let me check. sign up? 7? Oh, it's in 40 minutes. Wait, is that right? Or is there a daylight savings?
They'll be using that move.
Confusion.
Watch your step.
Going on. Okay. Daggy is probably gonna solo this. That's fine. Oh. Or are you...
Smell that? It's treasure. I know it. We're close.
Yeah. I think he can get it to 50% until it despawns. Oh, so if it doesn't get it... Oh, I can release now. Okay. I am on my way back then. At 50% it will despawn? Well, hopefully. We gotta move these.
Keepers preserve you.
Oh no! Oh!
People always messing around on my perfectly legal deeded land.
Okay. He did despawn like you said. Yeah, he did. Ooh, but I got a curio, which is great.
That's more like it.
And I got Delver's Bounty, which is pretty great. Since we're on boss, might as well clear it out. Right? But we won't get anything. I think, no, we get treasure, but I don't unlock the next tier.
Watch your step.
Let me move out of the way. Yeah, we get some chests. That's too bad. That is unfortunate. But he's kind of difficult to deal with in a narrow corridor like that. I think it was just really cursed because on top of the corridor, there's also eggs that were there that were very, like...
Watch your step.
Very shitty to deal with on top of the bumps. Yeah. Kitty. But I will have to... I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stay. It's been a long one today. We did so much. Up. I did the Calendar Cup a little bit.
Watch your step.
Which is super fun, actually. Up.
Hey, be careful.
Whoa. Careful. Normally... Oh. Got interrupted that. Okay. I did. Also, it counted toward my vault. Complete 2 delves.
I'll give you a hand with this one.
It's a 649 vault. That's awesome. This is great. And I got some runed crests. Still. So it wasn't a wash. Yeah, it counted toward vault. Okay. Let's get out of here. What are the best curios for Bran so far? I have a kitty. Boo boo. Okay, I think I'm gonna head out here. I've gotta go. I need to walk the dog and stuff. Thanks for helping me. I'll be around later. Bye. See you tomorrow, too. Take care, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me today. And we'll have a big day of WoW. Just WoW. Tomorrow, I expect. See you tomorrow? Yep. Bye. Have a great rest of your day. Bye, everyone. See you later. Bye.